Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of superstitious thinking. And welcome our guest to the channel, everyone, please, Mr. Sevens. How you doing tonight, boss?
Sorry about that.
AFK.
My
There you
mute
are.
on. Yeah, I had my mute on. Sorry about that.
Life happens. It's okay.
Yeah, thank
How
you
are we
for
doing
the
tonight?
invite, and hopefully we have some more people in here. I'm curious about what you have to say and what the topic is, and where we get led today.
Right on. Well, I find which anyone who watches this in the future, check out what exactly is the name of his channel. 13 Above is the correct name.
Yeah, that's Freddie's channel. Yeah, 13 Above.
Okay. Yeah, 13 Above. A lot of people having serious conversations about the kind of things that I talk about here. So check the guy out. Give him a like. Promote his channel. It seems that people over there are trying to be, personal bias defeating, honest, stuff like that, thinkers, and good for them. And Seven is one of those guys from that channel.
Yeah,
All
well, I
right.
really respect a lot of the guys over there. They're pretty knowledgeable, and there does happen to be some disputes at times, and I hope nobody takes that to heart. I know that we all end up on his channel again and again, so we don't really get angry at anybody. Everybody's entitled to their opinions and whatnot. Just have an open mind when you watch Freddie's channel.
Right on. Yeah. Yeah. Generally, most people that come on to Freddie's channel, it seems that there's a consensus that there's at least a Christian misunderstanding of what the Bible is describing in the Trinity. Do you have anything to add? You could expound on that and say how that is,
Yeah.
why that is, or
Well, we deal with a lot of Trinitarians. Most of us over there are Unitarian, and but we do have others on the channel, and we do listen to what they have to say. And there's LJ is a very prominent in linguistics and stuff like that, or critical texts and stuff like that. So,
and LJ is someone who comes on the channel regularly. Is that
yes, he
a
does. Yeah,
person? Okay.
yeah. And Carlos is another one. He usually opens Freddie's channel, and he brings up a topic, and we hear him out at the beginning, and then we discuss it after during the show. And sometimes we go off on different topics and stuff, but we try to stick to the main topic usually.
Right on. So, do you hold to what's average on that channel as far as your understanding of the Trinity? And I'm also very curious just how brave you might be. What else would you be willing to look into textually and contextually from within the Bible, and try to I don't want to be insulting. How do I say that? It's really easy to say these things poorly. And try to look open-mindedly at other parts of it that may be on average misinterpreted. And he's having connection problems. He's backstage right now, but his device has failed. We'll just go on a little bit about what I just said. There's a lot to be said about all these different Christian denominations. Peace and respect, Truth Fix. Feel free to come in. Let me go ahead and pin that while I'm working on administrative things. Truth Flicks, not Truth Fix. Sorry. And his looks like his connection is back again. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I did hear what you said, and yeah, I'm open to listen to anybody's ideas of um, Trinity.
Richard?
I do uh, have an aspect of what I come to understand of Trinity to the idea of the Spirit, and the same Spirit that is in Christ is the Spirit of holiness. I believe it's Romans 1:4 speaks of Christ there and the power of holiness by resurrection of the dead.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I
So
don't
would
know.
would
That's
you give
off
your
of
view of what the Bible is trying to say about the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, God, even if you want to get into like angels, archangels, whatever's necessary?
um, no, I don't take a Jehovah Witness aspect of the Trinity, or um, Archangel Michael being Christ or anything like that. If that's where you think I'm going to
Oh, I'm
go
not
with.
suggesting anything. I'm just trying to leave it as open as possible without restriction for you to explain your position.
Hey, I just want to let you know I'll be listening in. I'm not going to be able to really participate. I got to get back to work over here, so I'll
Oh,
be in the
well,
chat though a little bit as I can. So I'll
thanks
be
for coming
listening
by
in.
and saying hello.
All right, you guys have a good conversation. I'll be listening.
Well, a lot of the times I do a lot of listening too when it comes to talks of that nature. I'm not going to be able to quote any scripture to back up the idea, but I do believe that Jesus is Son of God. And as for what the Bible says of believing that, it gives me the impression that I am saved by grace in believing that He is the Son of God.
Okay, and would you agree with the phrase "begotten, not made"? Like not made meaning always was, but begotten meaning born of this earth. Would you agree with those two statements?
I've been doing a little bit of study into that because the fellow that was in Freddie's channel, he seems to go with the idea of um, by the resurrection, he was begotten then. So I'm still trying to grab the grasp of what
Hmm.
Tony's trying to relay in that aspect. But I always tend to go with the if there's any reference to three in one, I feel it's more of Jesus's nature and who he is and the power given
And
to him.
I forget my manners. Midnight sevens midnight.
Hello.
Hi, Midnight. How do you do?
I'm doing well. Figured I'd come in since Richard is having such a wonderful stream again.
Right. So you're a regular here, I take it. I'm gonna have to watch
Yes.
some of your videos there, Richard. For sure.
Well, I would actually recommend a specific because all things being equal, not all things are equal. I would recommend a playlist to you called Dr. Joshua Bowen Talks, where I get to speak with a real scholar who holds a fairly well agnostic or making the statement, I don't have enough information, but I certainly don't believe what Christians normally say.
Yeah. Okay. I see. So is that your idea of scripture? You believe it's corrupt?
No, I think people are corrupt.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Um, I believe it says what it says. And although I have a subjective reading frame because I'm a human being, I try to look at it as objective as I can, defeating my own bias, accepting it for what it says within itself, and then through an elimination process of several steps, trying to discover whether or not it's plausible in reality. And I feel that anything that's not plausible in reality, it's not coherent, adherent with logic, and like a justified true belief, justification of reality should be dismissed. if it can't be justified. I find that everything within the text of the Bible, quote unquote, is actually perfectly adherent with reality. I have no problem with any of it.
Okay. Yeah. So do you go to the Greek texts or anything like that?
Depending. When it comes to the Greek, my stance on the New Testament is that since it was the language of politics of the time, like French became and English is today, it was just the most popular language to write something in, which is not the same as thinking that they were expressing their own beliefs. They were only just writing down other people's beliefs, majoritively. So you miss a lot of nuance from early Christianity, which is what it was writing about, because it's in Greek. It's not in Aramaic. It's not in Third Temple Hebrew. It's not in those languages. So it's not in late Hebrew language. And I actually would like it better if it were. Unfortunately, we don't have those copies. We have Latin and we have Greek, and that is what we have to work with. So I think it's very important to always consider when reading the Greek what the early Christians would have meant in that idea, and not what the Greeks would have meant. That's pretty irrelevant.
Right. So the dynasty of like well, the one who sanctioned the Septuagint. Do you believe that there was a BC Septuagint?
Do I believe there was a BC Septuagint? Oh my gosh, I'm not much of a historian. I'm more of speaking about the philosophical ideas of it. I don't know when Septuagint was written exactly. If memory serves, and it probably doesn't. Something between 150 and.
Sorry for.
Oh, you have date. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying. 285 BC is what they claim. That's what Bible colleges told me. That's what we come to believe. But
I was going to say 150 to 300, so I was in the range.
Right.
That seems good. But I also understand that was the same general time frame that the Hebrews were compiling again from oral tradition and from memory, the Tanakh. So those are about the same time frame from what I understand, which is fine. I don't have a problem with it. 3rd century, Mac says. Thank you, Mac.
Yeah, you could go back to like even Egyptian, and within the Greek and Latin. It's written kind of strange in my opinion, but I did study the Septuagint, and then after reading the readings, everything seems to be in the AD and not the BC when it comes to any mentions. Like the letter of Irenaeus is claimed to be the best evidence for a BC Septuagint, but I come to think that maybe even the letter of Irenaeus was actually fabricated.
Well, other things have been. History is written by the victor.
Yeah,
so,
true enough. Yeah.
I don't trust most. Well, I can't say that. The mundane things that I think wouldn't be worth being other than forthcoming with, I think are just facts of history. But whenever there's some political or emotional or religious gain to be had, then I don't really trust it.
Yeah.
It's because people had motivations to not tell the actual truth.
Yeah, true enough. And it seems like the church fathers that did write about the Septuagint, their stories don't match. And that's why I come to conclude that perhaps there wasn't a BC Septuagint. And then when I came across Philo of Alexandria, it gave me the impression that he was perhaps the one that fabricated the story of Irenaeus and the Septuagint himself, because he was more of a Greek philosopher, but he was Jewish. he, I don't know if you want to go through all the history of him, but you're welcome to read Philo of Alexandria, and it just tends that he had the time and the all the essence and support to write a Septuagint, which means it would have been in perhaps in the 1st century BC, other than he died in 50 AD. So he did. History says that he visited the temple and whatnot. So that's as close as I can get to the BC Septuagint, is when it stops at Philo. But anyway, I don't know if that's the subject you want to go on, or
Not really. People will tell me I should. Not that I'm saying that you were demanding of something of me there. I don't think you were, but people will tell me I should read this history thing, this other thing. I base everything that I feel I should learn in what I understand the Bible to be saying. And I don't see the Bible suggesting those things to me, so I don't look into them. Yes, I understand he's left stage, but he's still backstage, and most likely can hear is just having some connection problems again.
Yep, they're having connection issues. That's what it says on my end too.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for taking over the stream when you have availability of it. Thank you for that,
Welcome.
Midnight. Really
It was
appreciate it.
It was honestly worth it.
It
worth
was.
it. Yes.
What happened? What happened for you or with you after I went to bed?
Well, this is just me being highly biased, but a lot of people were arguing with Jewel. Jay Patrick was arguing with Jewel. It got interesting after you left. I'm sure it was interesting while you were running it too, but
You're so polite. You read into that, was worried what I'd think, preemptively made it more universal and polite before I even had a chance to respond. That was so sweet of you.
he's back. I mean, I may be an asshole, but I'm not an asshole, if that makes sense.
No, I don't think you are. In fact, okay. So Sevens, what I want to talk about, what I normally talk about on this channel is, well, fundamentally, what is most rational to believe right now with the information that we have. Of course, we don't have all information, and we can't make perfect decisions. We can't judge things perfectly, of course. But what should we believe right now? If do you have any objections to that?
I'm not exactly sure what your questions asking as to believing the Word of God.
Yeah, what's most rational to believe about the Bible right now with the information we have?
Well, to understand that that there was a Christ that's a Savior, and to a sense that when He does come, that He'll deliver us from all evil.
Right. So I'm going to give you some pushback on the word "was." All the rest of it was fine.
I don't know what I said
was.
as to was. Go ahead.
You said there was Jesus Christ, right?
Well, I mean, in the form of what He's given us into the Word and the words that were spoken. Although He gave us a comforter. We could go on and say that. Well, as to was, well, He still is King of Kings, right?
No, I'm not saying he ceased to exist, nor did I think you were.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Just walking in the ancient Near East was, and that is what you meant by that, right?
I believe so.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So here's a little bit of pushback on that. If if the person, you could say Yeshua ben Yosef, was walking around in the ancient Near East, and did what he'd said that he was there to do, then why isn't, well, primarily even just that area? I mean, just the local towns that it claims he visited. Why aren't they majorative? Or I would like to see them 100% Christian. Why aren't they?
Good question. You want to elaborate a little more on that, just so I can
Sure.
get it out in my mind?
To be blunt about it, it seems there was a huge failing. Now there was some success, but the idea is that all would come to knowledge, right? And you would think, especially like in the hometown, towns that he'd been to more than once, people that he'd spoken to, you would think that it should be 100%, at least in that part of the world, and it's not even majority in that part of the world. In fact,
Okay, as to like Muslims and Christians and Jewish belief systems that don't
sure,
agree. Is that what you're talking about?
right? That those, of course, uh, the Hebrew people, the quote unquote Jews, they became Jews after they were Hebrew people, but the Jews, the Muslim, the secularists, which are very, very low in number, I think worldwide, are very low in percentage, I think worldwide, and the Christians, the Christian denominations in that part of the world never became the majority and are not now. Why is that?
Well, there was different sets of what they want to classify as Christians. It wasn't until even Catholic Church was late AD. But the the things that have been said, the fact that they've been said, is what we have to consider. Not that any religion is the correct one, but other than if you are a Christian, you believe that those things found in Jesus Christ is from the one true Father. And if we claim a one true God in this world, then we have to look to those things of perhaps every religion that has an aspect of the same understanding. And then we come to a one full truth to the idea of what the Father is trying to relay to mankind, other than taking up doctrines and different aspects of different sets of people, because you have Trinitarians, you have Unitarians, you have like so many different idealisms of beliefs that perhaps we're all lost in some sense until we come to that one understanding where we could sit under an umbrella and you know uh,
And when do you think that would be?
well, what the Bible makes me understand is that's when the second coming of Christ appears, which in the rapture theory, even a lot of Christians don't agree. But when I read anything that comes to this rapture idea, I find it to be more of a warning than it is a reality. I don't know how you feel about it, but
Oh, we'll get into that over time. I mean, I hope
yeah,
you would
sure
come
enough.
back several times, and this. And we're at the beginning of a conversation, and it, in logical progression of any given conversation, it starts very, very generalistic, and it becomes more about the minutia over time. It gets more
I
defined over time. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
would
true
like to
enough. True
point.
enough.
Never mind. We went up to 9. I was going to point out we had 7 viewers, like sevens here, but it went up to 9.
But it was still true when you noticed it.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so my point is that according to your observation and understanding, in the second coming will be such time that every tongue confess, every knee bow. Right. That is full recognition by all persons. Correct.
Yeah, it says every knee shall bow. Yeah, and even
All right.
Isaiah
Now,
speaks of the salvation that comes. Isaiah 60.
right on. So why was it not that successful the first attempt?
On the first attempt, what do you mean? When
Jesus being
Christ?
in the earth in the ancient Near East, at least in that area, why wasn't it that effective?
Well, I think there was more of a different idea of what Jews had prescribed before Christ, and as we know of Christ when he was at perhaps the age of 12. Nobody was there. They can't say it was 12 years old, but he's taught in the temple. And, he grew in stature and wisdom and understanding. So he did have to have um, these things taught to him. Like even in
Yes.
Isaiah explains before he chose the good, he learned to refuse the evil. So there's another
Butter and
aspect of
honey.
learning. Yeah.
Yeah. Right on. Another aspect. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just letting you know I was listening to you.
No, that's just another aspect of his learning and how he came to full uh, fulfillment of the will of the Father, because that's what he claims even in Matthew 7, those who do the will of the Father, right? But yeah, it's just a matter of when his church started is when he was baptism, I believe. That's where I believe he became the Son of God. Now, Um, there's a couple other guys that don't agree with that, and I respect what they have to say about the resurrection being the uh, the spiritual Son of God is when he was
Mm-hmm.
begotten, is what they believe. But I believe perhaps even um, another guy believes that it was at his birth when he was begotten. But
Well, there's a direct verse saying referring to the baptism, um, both this is my son in whom I'm well pleased, and also today I have begotten you. So there's really no. I think there's no way to debate. Those are very clean and clear, and
yeah, the one in
the
Luke.
context of them, I think, is definitely joined together. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you were actually talking about the one in Luke, because I looked up some older manuscripts, and there are older ones that say in Luke that he was begotten, but somehow or other, the newer Bibles come to say that in whom he is well pleased. But
Right.
it starts with the opening of this day, or
This day I've begotten you.
yeah, yeah.
That
So not all
idea, no matter the
manuscripts agree. It's
translation.
kind of strange that way, and that's where I fell short to my idea of the baptism, in which I truly do believe that he was begotten at the baptism.
Yeah,
But
I think you have a
they've
very
had
easy to make
viable
case for
arguments.
that.
Yeah.
As for me, see if I can get that in the shot.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew's Bible,
Right.
1537. So
Right.
it's something about, give or take, 60 years before the King James. Of course, it's in late English, not modern English.
Mm-hmm.
And for a lot of people, it's difficult to read. It took me some 2 weeks of prayer and reading of it before my brain clicked over almost like into a second language, and I can read it now. But
Right.
it's my favorite because it doesn't have as much, although there's still a good bit of it, Christian traditional thinking interjected into it in its translation, and it has a stronger gut punch. Like one of the lines in there, in order to say male, it reads, "He who pisses on the wall." I mean, it's not a
Yeah,
translation for
okay. Wow.
children,
Right.
He who pisses on the wall. Okay. Well,
or they that piss on the wall.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a reference to those who drink piss and eat dung also.
yeah. It's just very, very forward like that.
you
It's
gotta
it's
love the
not
Bible.
it's not mild. It's not for a 5-year-old to hear. It's not.
True enough.
It's just saying it, which I
Mhm.
really like. Okay, so I'll tell you something of the beginning of the conversation in great overarching umbrella type generalities.
Sure.
And we'll get into minutia later as time goes on. Because the life of Christ is a very peculiar life, which seems like an obvious tautology, and because the Bible troubles itself to describe exactly how his life is strange, including the demands made of him and the rewards in heaven that he will enjoy. There can't be more than just the Christ for this earth that has those aspects of life, or you could never identify who he was. There'd be no signs. So if I say something like, and when I read, I'll just say it that way. When I read the descriptors of Christ, it's not limited to this. I'm going to be as brief as possible and still hit the necessary points to make the argument. So here's as brief as possible as I can be. Speaks the truth about God, which others have, right? But does it aggressively to where both secular and religious authorities don't appreciate it? Not everyone did that. That makes it a smaller group. Until the point where they kill him, well, that just made it a much smaller group. That he is dead 3.5 days. If you look into the way they were using day and stuff, it is exactly 3.5 days. Is then raised from the dead. Well, now you're down to like 3 people. Continues for 40 days. Now you're down to 1 person. Telling the truth about God. Ascends into heaven. So again, that's 2 points where it has to be one singular person. It can't be anyone else. So because those descriptors are given in multiple places, so it's very, very confirmed. I could probably refer to that in at least 5 different places throughout the text of the New Testament. But is most specifically the life of the 2 witnesses of end times. That Jesus actually does his job during end times. And they're colloquially, actually several times, several ways, is referring to him as a dichotomy, a 2 persons in one, which is why the 2 witnesses do precisely the same thing together at all times, because they're actually one flesh. How it is that they have all of the major aspects of Christ's life, although extremely brief, everything necessary is there. And why the world is not Christian right now. There's other things. In fact, there's great divisions amongst Christianity, as we all know. So feel free to tell me why that's stupid, or it doesn't make sense in the Bible, or what have you.
No, that don't sound stupid to me. It's just opening doors to.
It's opening doors to bad connections. That's what it's doing. And we'll just wait for him to come back. Of course, anyone who would like to and has opportunity to join this conversation by entering into the panel, so that you're not limited to 200 and less what is it? Is it letters or is it spaces total, Midnight? You would know something like that, wouldn't you? And Midnight is AFK, which is fine.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's not, unless you're the one who owns the internet and your service, then I'm not going to blame you. How's that?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to actually shut off the YouTube part and just stay on the StreamYard. I know I'm
So you can have more
I'm doing
bandwidth
more
for the
listening
stream.
than
Yeah.
I am reading the YouTube chat anyway. So
Right.
yeah. Well, it's not stupid in the aspect of when you term it to the idealism of different belief systems. It makes perfect sense, really. Like, who has the full knowledge of God and who can claim truly that they have that full knowledge, right?
Right. In consideration of the direct statement, no one knows the Father but the Son, no one knows the Son but the Father. I think I can say that the only way that someone could have the full knowledge of the Father of the heavenlies is because they are the Christ. That's the only way.
Right. Well, have you ever considered like the seven spirits of God? Because even in
Deeply.
the Muslims' idea of seven heavens is, I did a little bit of study on that because, if you look at my icon, it's a seven, right? So I do a lot of reading on like even the Catholics' idea of seven deadly sins and whatnots. But
And this is probably very, very fundamental for you. But you're aware of the existence of Hebrew gematria?
Hebrew gematria, yeah, actually, I've looked into that. I use it for basically the explanation of words due to the numbers that match in Strong's, and then I can know that I'm on a same translation of that particular word.
So
and stuff.
I have a very old piece of paper. I can't get the light to. It's so faded and old, and I've had it for such a long time that it doesn't appear white anymore. It looks
Okay.
yellow and aged, but it was written on white paper originally. But yeah, I keep a list of all the Hebrew gematria numbers and what they mean as best as I can find. It's still a little bit subject to not subject to interpretation, but subject to definition, because the definitions are a little bit broad. Peace and respect, 13 above. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, so you're aware of what the number 7 meant to the Hebrew people.
No, you go ahead. You speak.
Oh, okay.
Because
all right. So
I understood anything of the seven in the Hebrew aspect is there's a particular letter that represents a staff, and a lot of people want to apply seven to being that shape of the staff or the shepherd staff.
would that be the yod? Is that
Um,
which letter?
I would have to look that up. I know
Okay.
Pei is the mouth and Ayin is the eyes and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's practical things in their environment as very, very brief pictures.
Right.
That's what the letters are. Yeah, they have intrinsic meaning, as well as implied meaning, and each word really tells a story, and the story is the meaning of the word, which is that's a very, very literal language.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to read you the first 9, just the foundational ones, so that you can see the progression of it.
I think I have maybe something close to like the house and whatnot. Yeah, and when you read it in sequence, it
house is 4. Also, the cardinal directions,
right?
Or in as a reference to local alchemy, earth, air, fire, and water. Those 4. Right. Okay. Yeah. So peace and respect. Welcome, Wildheart. So number 1 is God. It means God for obvious reasons. Number 2, union. So like of a man and a woman, that kind of union. or between the Father and the Son, that kind of union. 3, harmony. 4, as you just mentioned, creation. 5, grace. This is interesting. 6, not perfected. So it's like lacking something. That kind of an idea. 7, perfected. So the number 7 is the number of perfection to the Jews, but that's not the ultimate perfection, actually. As before, I assume he can hear me backstage while his connection is improving again over time. Number 8, above. Okay, he's actually dropped out, but I did hit 7 before he dropped out. Welcome, peace and respect, Wildheart. How are you?
Hello, not too bad, thank you. Hope you well.
Do you have you been listening? Did you just get here? What's been going on with you?
Yeah, I've just been listening about 5 minutes, but I'm just enjoying it. Just carry on. Yeah, I'll chime in. Yeah.
So 7s. I think you heard 7, but you hadn't heard beyond that. Your connection failed.
Yeah, I actually opened up a file because I have probably something close to exactly what you're reading. I've looked into Hebrew lettering. I actually look at acrostics in the Bible and stuff like that, so you can come to understand why I look at those things. Yeah.
Right.
But
okay.
every time
Let me just wrap this up real quick. What's that?
If I try to open a file or anything on this computer, I lose connection. It's just being overworked or something.
Yeah. Well, something is hogging the majority of your bandwidth, no doubt. So number 8 is above perfect or fat, like fatness, like the fat of a lamb, or the fat of wheat, that kind of fatness, fat of grapes, or even olives. 9, transitioning into something else. And then 10, governance and loyalty. So what I find interesting about this Hebrew gematria is that the ages of people at whatever time they do some certain thing, it agrees with the gematria. That the age is the same thing as the thing they're doing.
Okay, go on.
So I don't think it's incidental or accidental. And I think that to translate the ages of people forgetting the gematria is to miss the point.
Yeah, true enough. I come to realize a few things when it comes to Hebrew lettering and how particular acrostics are written, such as Lamentations is written in a form of the Hebrew lettering. And I noticed the phenomena within chapter 2, 3, and 4 is that the alphabet actually switched. The 17th letter comes before the 16th in a couple of those particular verses. The first chapter holds the true alphabetical order, and then when you get into the second, third, and fourth, the pei comes before the ayin, which is the mouth. And then when you read that particular verse, like if you opened Lamentations 2 and read the verse, it would be an eye opener due to the fact that the pictogram that represents the mouth matches the verse. And then when you go into the third chapter, well, it's 66 verses, so you would have to go all the way up to the 46th to look at the pei. And again, that comes before the ayin, which is the 17th letter comes before the 16th, which is, okay, why is this happening? But it reads exactly, it says, they have opened their mouths against us. And in the second chapter, it says, this is the day that we have found. But it also mentions they have opened their mouths against us, which is makes perfectly sense when it comes to the lettering of the Hebrew, just as you're prescribing.
Peace and respect. Welcome. Strength and honor to you, Will Freeman. Have you been listening for a minute? You have anything to add? First thoughts?
Yeah, I just missed you, Richard. I want to come in and say, hey, I hadn't got to talk to you in a while. I don't want to interrupt your conversation, but it's good to see you, man.
Well, I want you to participate in it where you desire. Okay.
Oh no, I'm far too ignorant for this. I just wanted to say hello. I couldn't keep up with you gentlemen if I wanted to.
Well, let me just ask you something quite directly in just our common language without using any Christianese.
Certainly.
Does it seem like if I wrote, I don't know, a 30-page book or so, in single, not double lined, like so college print, that sort of thing, and every sentence started with the first sentence started with in every paragraph A, then the next sentence started with B, then the next C, then the next D, then the next E, right? And I did that 100% of the time, except for once in one paragraph. I don't have 26 lines in that paragraph, and I skipped a letter. Do you think that would be coincidental, or do you think that the author was trying to say something?
I'd probably examine other clues to find out if it's even the same author. And if it is the same author, was their condition differently when they wrote this than when they wrote before?
Yeah. Well, I mean, those are good, valid things to investigate, I think. So, yeah. So the Psalms do that, exactly that, in the Hebrew alphabet. And Sevens was pointing out that there's an exception, and that the letter that they skip represents an open mouth, and then the line in the verse is they have opened their mouth against us.
Okay. You're familiar with haiku, right?
Yeah. I'm not good at it, but I'm familiar.
Do you find it musical?
Yes, I do.
Okay. A lot of people in Western culture don't, though, right?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Right, because when they hear it, the cadence and the organization of the words and the sounds, and where we expect things to rhyme at a certain point, that doesn't appear to us to be the same thing it appears to be to those who are fond of haiku. Shakespearean, what is the diameter, the pentonic diameter, whatever the cadence that is used, pentameter. Okay, you know the words I'm trying to say. There's identifying styles. So the Psalms are songs written by David and his administration to propagandize his people. And that's why they're written in a musical form that can be followed. Like if you're a blues artist, you'd write in probably 12-bar blues, or who knows. So, but in their culture, this is how the music is. This is how the songs and the worship goes. And the stories are, I will say it's probably David. Thank you. I am fantastic. Smart people. But
I like smart people.
My belief, since you specifically pointed to the Psalms, is that David spent a lot of time doing his own PR, and he used a very successful style of art to put it out there. And he had the priests on his side, so it was praise to their God for David that David authored.
Right on. Yeah, the only pushback I would have to all of that is even if it were several different authors using the same thing, that same form A, B, C, D in order, still, if someone missed a letter, it certainly wouldn't be by accident. And to your other point, in appreciating I don't know, the deeper idea of like a musical tone to some Japanese poetic art. From what I understand, in the Hebrew culture, the idea was to not rhyme the words, even in Hebrew, but to rhyme the ideas behind the words.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying,
which is
this
really,
is ancient.
really
This is ancient
difficult.
Hebrew rock and roll.
Yeah, right on.
Except for this one song. This one song that's different. Right? The one that doesn't have all the aspects that are.
Yeah, it looks like it's missing a line, but then it includes the idea to make the point stronger that it didn't mess up.
So like everybody has songs on their album that they're not proud of. Maybe that's one of them.
Well, that would make it not the flawless word of God, wouldn't it? So that should be a problem for me.
Well, I mean,
welcome,
in
Batman.
case.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, hey Odin. Hey Odin. No, I was just saying, just in case, like that was authored by God, that one weird one. Who's going to criticize God about this one little different? Look, most of his stuff's really good. I mean, look, let's give him one. He had a wind beneath my wings moment. He's Bette Midler.
Put that on the B side.
Yeah. The B side, right? Exactly. That's the B side. That's buried in the Old Testament.
Okay. Have you been listening? First thoughts, Odin.
Yeah, I've been listening. I think I would largely agree with William, but only for a different book, the Songs of Solomon. I think what he's saying applies to that book, not to the Psalms, because
I'm going to say it's the Davidic dynasty. That's just the way the whole dynasty operated. But go ahead.
mainly because a lot of the Psalms, even though yes, there is a lot of poetry and music in there, a good percentage of it is just straight up lamentations. David complaining um, and him praying and prophesying and stuff like that. But the Songs of Solomon, I think you can definitely make an argument specifically for Solomon, considering a lot of his reign is really focused on vanity and the riches and the wealth that comes with that, right? So if you want to make yourself more popular, right, and more rich, um, get more women, that's one of the best ways to do it, really, right? Especially considering, he's well known for being, filled with wisdom, even though some people could argue the opposite. But maybe back then that was the case. But I think it applies to Solomon more so than David. And Solomon's sons, yeah, they were pretty much all of them were shit people. So there's that part of it too.
Yeah. I think that I use and where Odin uses the word right. That's his comma.
Yeah, it is.
But it's just a pause to re-evaluate, change what's necessary in sentence structure, things like that. So Odin, William, please meet 7. And I'm going to go and have a cigarette. Wild Heart, I would appreciate it if you would participate by
Take
taking
your shirt
charge.
off, Hammer. Yeah, take your shirt off. Go on.
Yeah,
Richard,
Wild
I
Heart
like
is about
to-
3/4 of the man that I first met, and I hope he doesn't continue to lose weight. I'll become worried.
Richard, hi.
Yes, sir.
Good night. Good minute.
I would like to point out that Wild Heart doesn't really have a mod status.
No, he
I was
doesn't
gonna
need
say,
it.
yeah, you'd be better with midnight. Mind you, everyone's nice. Yeah,
You can trust Midnight. I mean,
Everyone here is
Midnight,
pretty
take your
well
shirt
behaved
off.
anyway.
yeah.
Yeah.
Midnight. Come on.
All right, I'm going to go have a smoke. Be back in.
I'm going to keep sexually harassing your panel until I leave, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course, of course. What else would you do?
It's all right. He's met
Good
you.
point.
He's met you.
Good point. Yeah. How's it going, Midnight?
Pretty well. It's been a while since we've talked on panel.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I haven't been allowed into a lot of your hangout places lately, the places you haunt.
That's
Places you
odd.
haunt.
You're awesome. Why wouldn't they want you there?
You'd have to ask your buddy Tog.
Oh yeah, that's what I
Uh,
mean. Like that whole thing is insane. Don't get me started on that.
oh man.
So what's good,
Yeah.
OD?
Not much. I'm here playing Total War while listening.
Which one? Which one? Which one?
Total War Warhammer 3. My
Okay, you went with the
favorite.
Warhammer. Yeah, all right, that's cool.
Yeah.
When did you
I
And I'm
start
used
playing?
programming.
huh?
And I'm programming. I know he asked you, but I figured it was my duty to interrupt and say what I was doing.
Don't worry. Uh Wildheart is my teammate, so say it to me, say it to Wildheart.
Yeah, tag team. Yeah, I'll give it a slot now.
Wildheart Midnight.
I've been a fan of the Total War series since I think it came out in 2001 or 2004, something like that. But yeah,
Yeah, it's
even
old.
even before that, even when it was just like there was a medieval Total War that came out long
Okay,
time
hold
ago.
on a sec. That's hello.
Come on, don't be sad.
Hello. Also, seven's your mic and camera are not doing well. Also,
His,
hello, sad. I don't know
his
who this is.
girlfriend showed up.
I should have said. Oh well, actually, hold on.
Make yourself full screen.
Right, yeah. There you go.
I will say he did put in the side chat. I want to show you my feet. I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Okay. Okay. Kick.
But yeah, I've been playing Warhammer more so than Rome 2. Rome 2's well, Rome 2 I'm starting to like Warhammer more than Rome 2, mainly because I guess it's the politics of things is not as prominent. I don't have to worry about it that much. I just get to go around and destroy everyone and take over the world, the flat Earth. Did he? Oh, he dropped out.
Maybe, but Will always leaves. Actually,
Just at
there
random.
we go.
Maybe he's at work. I don't know.
Possibly. But that sad guy was weird. Like he didn't say anything. He just said, "Let me show you my feet." I'm like, "Yeah, no. Let me kick him out before something happens."
Yeah, you gotta follow the cardinal rule.
No.
Always make yourself full screen.
I'm
Because
showing
you always
you
got
my
those
feet.
dudes.
Lols. Like, dude,
Just so
don't you
weird.
have anything better to do when you're first in night and to just go trolling streams? Like, come on, man.
But what does he expect to happen? You know what I mean? You're gonna get kicked straight away. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say yeah. Go on.
Yeah, but to kind of to William's point, I do agree. I agree with him that there's a lot of propaganda, but I think most of that is really illustrated in the Songs of Solomon. He's really the only person that would benefit the most from just having like a ton of propaganda, considering his personality and his status um, among people back then, and him essentially like um, somewhat being like a Lucifer in a sense, where all of his splendor and all of that stuff got corrupted, and eventually, he kind of fell. If you kind of look at the comparison. But then again, a lot of this is really just speculation.
I want to say that's the problem when you've only got one source for something.
Huh?
That's the problem when you've only got one source. There's nothing to check it against. You don't know whether it's true or not. You know what I mean?
I mean, sure, but when you say one source, right? Like you can have multiple sources talking about, how George Washington, um, defeated the British and stuff like that, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can have one source, you can have multiple sources, but as far as other people, right, the only source are American sources, for example.
Yeah.
Maybe if like a specific event or whatever, right? I think it largely comes down to the
Welcome
the
back,
intent.
Seven.
Welcome back, Mr. Seven.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
always best
sure.
to have sources on both sides as well. The
I'll
winners
just
and
listen
the
in for a
losers.
bit here before I get into the conversation with you guys.
What you said, bro?
Oh, I said I'll just listen in for a bit here just to get back into the conversation. I had to see my girlfriend off. She's going to her sister's, so I wasn't at the computer.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Which is just having a sit. I reckon so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say it's best to have sources on both sides, like the winners and the losers. Then you can compare them, and it's normally somewhere in the middle. But if you've only got one source, there's no way
Yeah,
to
that would be nice, but
find it.
I think you can. I think sometimes you just have to work with what you have and kind of look at, because you don't necessarily have to just look at writings, or recordings to determine certain events, right? Or how they might play out and stuff like that. There's sometimes you can use like archaeological evidence and, you know, so I think it just depends really. And you can look at the intent at the end of the day to determine, okay, why is this being written? I don't know. I tend to like look up or read a lot of Eastern philosophy, and a lot of those a lot of the people who's associated with some of those philosophies, you really don't have any other source outside of what those people actually wrote. You see what I'm saying? You just got to go with whatever they have at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's slightly different with philosophy though, because that's more like opinion and like thoughts anyway, rather than history. What historically happens, you know what I mean?
I mean, a lot of that is a lot of that is weaved in, right? Like the reason why the philosophy would manifest in the first place is because of that culture, and how it existed, right? The idea of the Tao and Buddhism and why it exists, right? Like the concept of being, becoming a master of being. All of those things manifest as a result of those cultures back then. So like you can look at the writing, and the writing can sometimes kind of give you an idea, maybe not a perfect one, obviously, right? But a pretty decent idea as to what those cultures were back then and what the people valued. What's this? Nah, it's something that happened in the game.
Did William get bored?
I don't know. My voice tend to do that to him.
Oh, you stop that. That's not true at all. What do you think,
Puts his ass
Sevens?
to sleep.
What's going on in the conversation, guys?
We were talking about the idea of sources, and like the kind of like, you know, the benefit of having multiple sources, right? Unfortunately, we don't have that benefit throughout most of human history. And it's a regular thing to have, you know, other perspectives basically wiped out. Um, the basically the idea of the winner of the war, whichever way that might manifest, are the ones that, you know, write the history at the end of the day.
Did you guys bring in sad feet who wanted to show their feet?
I did, but removed him right away because of what he said. He wanted to show his feet. So I,
Weird.
yeah, because I was like, oh, should I better remove him?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for taking care of that.
Yep.
All right. So where are we at? How about a new assertion? Does anyone want to
Sure.
make one? If not, I have one always.
I'm trying to conquer the world right now. Feel free.
Well, before we get into too far, what do you think of that Lamentations? Do you think that was by accident or on purpose?
I think it's.
Lamentations?
Go ahead. The observation about Lamentations apparently skipping a letter of the Hebrew alphabet, whether or not you think that was accidental, if it was edited later, if someone took something out, or if because it actually mentions what the letter means that it skipped, that it was purposeful.
Interesting.
Right on. Thank you.
I wouldn't.
Well, go ahead.
I don't really know. But I think you can probably find that out by looking at other contexts.
Sure, we did. Like all of the Psalms by David go in alphabetical order and skipping no letter ever.
No. When I say other contexts, I mean in terms of what it's trying to convey, right? So if it's trying to convey, I don't know, all cats have fur, right? But it just says, you know, all cats have, right? But it misses a letter, right? And then you look at the surrounding other books that reference the things that took place in there, right? You can determine, oh, it's talking about fur. Whether or not it's deliberate or not, I don't think there's any real way to know that, but you can infer that based on, or you can make that inference.
What it does is essentially in the sentence, all cats have fur, but the word fur is missing. The next three sentences, the beginning letter spells out the word fur.
Okay.
Well,
so
looks
that would be too much to be coincidental. Or do I have it wrong, Sevens?
No, I totally agree. It's not by accident. I noticed too that being 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, if we go to the first or the second chapter of Lamentations and look through up to that particular change.
Poor guy. His connections is just not very good tonight.
Yeah, his connection does not like him.
But he keeps coming back. So, you know, congratulations to him for patience with what is.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Bible has a habit of giving further up explanations and giving context to a lot of stuff.
Sure.
So I mean, you just you can determine the context at some point. It just has to find a either earlier or later connection to what's, to the specific issue that's being discussed in that piece of literature.
And it does that, so that's why I think it's not an accident.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true enough. But I noticed that what I was saying about the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet being used in the sequence, that chapter 2 goes up to the 16th letter where the change occurs. And if we count how many letters are left over, it just happens to be 7. So in the same idea too, in the 3rd chapter where it occurs, it leaves 7 letters of the Hebrew, although each 3rd verse is one particular letter, because there's 66 verses there. You have to correspond with the letters. It still has 7 letters left over. But if you count from change to change, there's 22 spaces, which would represent another sequence of the Hebrew alphabet. Perhaps in a different order, I've also taken the chapter 5, due to the fact that it has 22 letters, but it only holds 11 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. But what I found is if I take those letters and apply them to that 22 spaces between the change, it gives me a template. It gives me the representation to the numbers. And I know that you're into gematria. Could that be a representation of a template to a bigger pattern? What do you think?
I mean, maybe. I guess it'll depend. Like, for example, if we look at the genealogy, that's given by some of the disciples, right? Some of them are more specific, right? They list more ancestors, right? While others kind of skip over some people, but the main individuals or the most relevant individuals are mentioned. And then there is a numerical value that's added. A numerical value is added at the end of the day because it's trying to convey something numerically, right? And that's the reason why one genealogy is very specific and the other one isn't all that specific. It's just kind of, it's just like, okay, I'm just going to get to the point. These are the main ancestors of this person. And, that's the way how I look at it sometimes as a
Yeah.
possibility.
Well, I noticed too when I set the letters from the 5th chapter between those 2 placements and all the letters fit, I find that the only letter that matches up is the ayin. It's in the correct spot in the alphabet. If you were to represent every letter of the 5th chapter, it's the only letter that fits into the alphabet perfectly. It's in its 17th spot, which is the eyes, which is pretty interesting when you read the verses, because even I find that some of the eyes actually match up to the verse or that particular ayin, that letter. And why those 2 letters are switched is a phenomenon. But I found, well, if it's a bigger idea to a bigger pattern, then I looked at Lamentations a little deeper. Do the idea of the 7 letters being left over in both cases, and to me that represents 77. But I noticed too that if you count the 1st chapter, there's 22 verses. In the 2nd chapter, there's 22 verses. If you add them together, it's 44. When it brings me up to the 33rd verse in the 3rd chapter, that represents 77. That's the 77th verse. And if you count it backwards, it gives you the 34th verse as the 77th verse. But I also noticed that chapter 3, verse 33, 34, and 35 only holds 7 books in all the 66 books of the Bible that have that particular chapter with those particular verses. So with that, I started in chapter 1 and started collecting all the verse numbers to chapter 1 in every book that has chapter 1, which you do come up with a sequence of 7 books only that hold particular verses, 37, 38, 39, 40, up to 45. So that's the highest number, actually, 45. And I noticed, well, within that change, it goes from the 16th, and if you run into the 3rd chapter all the way up to the next change, well, it's the 46th verse where the change occurs again, which gives me a series of numbers from 1 to 45. And in particular, when I keep that sequence in every chapter all the way up to chapter 40, I found that there's 30 chapters in the Bible only that have 7 books conspiring to their chapter with a particular verse or verses, 1 to 45.
Mhm.
What do you think of all that, Wild Heart? What's the chances that that could be coincidental and not purposefully structured that way?
Exactly.
I was going to say, I've always been skeptical of, like, is it called the Bible code or numerology?
No, that he's not talking about Bible code.
No,
No.
that's ELS, and that's far from ELS. This is
Okay.
has to do with acrostics and how the structures of certain chapters and verses are.
I was just thinking because they did a similar thing with like Moby Dick, and they you know when
Oh yeah.
and they found like 20 like famous like world leaders that have been assassinated, and the detail of it was like communist dictator such and such, like all of it communist dictator, and there were about 20 of them all through world history. So if
I think
you
we
can
all
do,
agree that you could do that with any piece of literature in a word search.
yeah.
But in this particular idea,
yeah,
in this certain particular idea, it's the Bible that only does it, where the chapter and verses produce a certain amount of books. And to be quite honest with you, I dissected that pattern as I got to chapter 40, because after chapter 40, there are no more 7 books. So it goes from 1 to chapter 40 with these 7 books in particular that correspond to the chapter and the particular verses that hold only 7 books. And Lamentations actually shows up one time in chapter 3, 33, 34, and 35 with 7 books only. And it happens to be the 77th verse when you add the first, second chapter together up to the 33rd is the 77th verse, and count it backwards is the 34th. That's how I come across it. So when I applied these pattern, I noticed that chapter 2 didn't have any 7 books. So there's 10 chapters within from 1 to 40 that don't hold 7 books. So there's 10 exempt from 1 to 40, which means there's only 30 chapter rows of 7 books only. When
I'd have to see, to tell you the truth, to really grasp this, I think I'd have to see this charted out. It's too much to keep in my head.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
First of all, I'm impressed by the fact that he has it in his head.
That is rather impressive. Yeah,
I will send you a deal. Is that your Gmail on your ID?
Yeah, that's an actual Gmail account. Yeah.
Okay, I'll send you the idea of it. But let me go a little farther here just for a moment. Out of the 30 rows that consist of these 7 books in particular, I separated the New and the Old Testament books from it because I wanted to know like, first off, how many books are combined within this particular structure? And it just so happens to be 30 again. There's 30 books out of the 66 books that are contained within these, because, you know, certain books in different chapters repeat themselves, like Luke's in there a
Yes.
number of times and whatnot. But I noticed Lamentations is only in there one time with that phenomenal phenomenon going, and the verses go from 1 to 45, which matches the spaces between the changes that I mentioned of the mouth, the 22 segments, and it goes up to and it ends at the 45th verse, and then the change happens again. So those 22 are represented there. And when I separated the 30 books out of the 66 books within the pattern, well, 22 of them are Old Testament books, and 8 of them are New Testament books. Like the book of Ruth isn't in the pattern, so I can't count her at all. But what that does is, when I was putting them in order to the Bible, the 22 books, I noticed that the book of Ruth wasn't there. So it skips the book of Ruth, and it goes on and it skips the book of Esther, and it skips the book of Ecclesiastics and King Solomon. And then it gives me the remainder of the 22 books of the pattern 4 after that. But I noticed too, looking into Jewish tradition, that the book of Ruth, the book of Esther, the book of Ecclesiastics, and the book of King Solomon are part of 5 scrolls called the Melagot books. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but Lamentations just happens to be one of those books. So because King Solomon ended on the 22nd, because he is the 22nd book of the Bible in this, in say the King James, well, I thought, let's take the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet and put them in order to these particular 5 scrolls, or 4 of the 5 scrolls, because Lamentations is the key that opened this whole thing.
Right.
And what happens is, I gave Ruth the 8th letter, and I gave Esther the 17th letter of the Hebrew, and Ecclesiastics is the 21st letter, and King Solomon got the 22nd letter of the Hebrew. And then I went back and looked at these scrolls, and there's no particular order of how the Jews hold these, except for the way they're read in the synagogue. So they're read in a particular order, starting with King Solomon.
Okay.
And that's read on Passover. So I looked at that order and how they're read, and I put the particular letters in order to the way they're read. And what happens is, I put it into a Hebrew translator, and it said "will be revealed" in Hebrew. I almost fell off my chair. I couldn't believe it. And I will send you that file for you to take a look at it, because it even goes deeper than that.
Yes. And please do. And if you can do it without losing connection, well, just wait so you don't have to chance that, and we'll share it on some other show where you're present.
I was just about to say, be careful what you wish for, Richard.
Right. Yeah, go ahead and knock yourself out of the stream again and come back in again, just for fun. Yeah.
Who, me?
Sounds like a lot of work to do.
Yeah, send that to me when you're done for tonight, and when you have a minute, I'd appreciate it. Yeah,
I could actually post it to the private chat here.
Well, don't risk anything if you don't have to. But
I do have a website. But what happens is I went as far to look at all these particular books, and we know that Hebrew is read from right to left, not left to right. So I took all the verses only, and compiled them on top of each other as into the order of how they count in the chapters, 1 to 40. And I moved them to the right-hand side of the margin, which gives me a sequence of letters from top to bottom, 7 columns. And you wouldn't guess how many columns there are. And if you say 22, it's 22.
22.
Yeah.
I was going to
It's
ask that. What's the? I don't really understand all the maths in that, but what's the conclusion? What's the end point to this? What does all this tell you?
Well, when I was put the pattern on the computer, I had to do it from alphabetical order, because my computer program that I was using gave me the books in alphabetical order, so I had to sort it all out by hand. It took me a very long time, and once I put it in order to the Bible, each row, I noticed the books that I was highlighting, because I wanted the books as they showed up in the pattern. Like the first row would all be highlighted. The second row would maybe have a couple or 3 or 5 more books that don't show in the first row. But say Numbers is in both rows, I wouldn't highlight Numbers again. I wanted to count how many books there were. And when I put it in order to the Bible, those highlighted books, what it did was conform to a inverted triangle.
Richie, can I just interrupt? And be careful with
And
MC
they
now.
just show up.
I am.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there was an inverted triangle from the
I
first
left
row.
that question in the back.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Well, let's go ahead and give him some floor space. MC, have you been listening? What's on your mind? First thoughts?
Yeah, Wildheart wouldn't let me up on his panel last time I tried to talk to him.
That's interesting. Could you talk about the show tonight and your thoughts right now on the conversation at hand?
Yeah, he's right here.
Who's right here?
I'm just taking a short bathroom break. I'll be right back.
I mean, I don't believe that he's a bad guy or nothing. I just think that he gets the wrong idea of me.
Okay, well, let's fix that by actually having a conversation that he'll overhear. What do you think about the show tonight? Have you been listening very long?
No, I just got here.
Well, what do you think about the things like merisms, chiastic structures, alphabetic sequence that appears in the Bible and its complexity? What do you think?
I mean, I still. Do you know anything about the Sumerian tablets, or is the Bible as far as you go?
I try to look into everything I'm presented. What about Sumerian tablets? Which
Like
Sumerian tablets?
The Anunnaki story.
Story of the Anunnaki. Okay, what about it?
That's what the Bible was based on. So whenever people talk about the Bible, you know.
What do you think about this argument, MC Nemesis? Prejudice is something of mankind. God wouldn't be prejudiced. That's a human problem. And if God is not prejudiced, and all of people on this earth are of God's creation, then it would make sense if God told everyone the truth, right? Presented them the actuality at some point. Don't worry, Sevens will be back. So that being the necessary case, a lack of prejudice, peace, and respect to Joel, a lack of prejudice in God, but there's differences in societies, in their value systems, in their social norms. So if I say the word cow or beef in the United States, it means one thing. If I were Indian, it would mean an entirely different thing. So as just a simple example, you can't say the same thing the same way in all cultures. You have to actually say everything the same differently for each culture. So what do you think of the argument that God told every culture the truth, but in a way that made sense to them?
Yeah, the truth. Well, as far as that goes, the truth is universal. We don't
Right. Truths
have.
are.
What's true is the events that are happening now and the events that happened before. The
Okay.
events that we
So,
know for facts.
right. Okay. So you and I are on the same page. Okay. The next thought in the logical progress there is that if God told everyone the truth at some point in their history of that culture, but had to tell them all differently, then I should look at all of these different stories overlapping, or all of comparative religion, and even deeper than those professors actually go. Now, I should look at all that not as some kind of dismissal, but as confirmation that all of the stories are congruent with each other. What do you
What
think?
about the religion known as government?
Well, that's not the conversation here.
It's like you're talking about religion and the Bible.
Well, Bible is an example of a religious expression, yes.
Okay, so in Romans chapter 13, the Bible actually instructs people to obey their government.
And that's wrong because, or that's right because? I'm
Well,
listening.
see, government is a man made construct. Authority, that's a religion.
Okay. Do
Authority.
you think it'd be
The belief.
wiser to advise someone to fight with government, thereby putting themselves in the hands of the jailer and having themselves locked up, or would you think that it's better for testimony to remain free man?
Well, you have no choice but to disagree. Well, I mean, there is a choice. You can agree that to give these people power, but they're
Um,
predators. They're sexual predators.
okay, so let's take you as a case at hand, and say that you don't agree with everything that they're doing, right? But still you live in this country, so you're subject to the law. So you have to find a way to not cause yourself too much problem, but internally, in principle, you still disagree with some of the things they do and say. Is that
And
fair?
by the law, what do you mean by law?
What do I mean by law?
So,
I'm using
okay,
colloquial common
back.
usage of the word law.
Okay, so a king, whenever he would make a decree, it was a law that was told throughout the land, and if you disobeyed, the king's knights would come and get you. Sound kind of familiar, right? So, as
Of
far
course.
as do I have to avoid the king's men and the decrees of the factions? Well, I try to avoid all gangs.
Yes, that's fine.
So, I would default to say avoid all gangs because that's
Right.
what government is.
and
It's
and
just a
part of
gang.
that avoidance is being quick to agree with the things that you have to publicly agree with, so that you don't end up imprisoned.
No, we still have freedom of speech in America.
Yeah, yes, that's not the kind of disagreements that will get you put in prison. That's an example of how you can make disagreements that won't get you in prison.
Some things that might put you in prison in America is making a lot of money and not giving the government a certain percentage of it. Not
Yes,
just
that's an
like,
example.
yeah. But
So
if you don't make
what's your
enough
religious
money,
take on this? And why'd you bring it up? I'm trying to understand.
well, the Bible is like the Bible's tied with the government. The Bible, the God of the Bible is Lucifer.
The God of the Bible is Lucifer. Let's talk about that. And why do you think that?
Well, it says that the God of this Bible in the Old Testament creates calamity, and he has been known to strike down people very viciously.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's just pick the first. Let's do them in order. Creates calamity and strikes people down. Those are the two bullet points, right?
And tells people to
Well, let's not
obey the
add to it. My
government.
memory is only so good unless you're going to keep notes. But please don't expect me to. All right, you're welcome to keep notes. It's fine, and go on to the next point afterward. But one point at a time. God creates calamity. Have you ever looked into that Old Testament word "create" right there?
The
I'm
etymology of it.
Yes, yes. Have you ever looked? Well, it's even just the Hebrew definition. Never mind that it got translated to creates. What was
Okay,
the original word there?
that's interesting. What is that?
I haven't looked up all the words. I'm wondering if you have, so you can make your argument.
Or the
Okay,
motive.
so
Have
you
you
want to
examined
know?
the
Let me
motive?
go to the online etymology dictionary.
Have you examined the motive of why God would create calamity?
So you want to
Yes,
know the
that's another good
etymology of the
question.
word create or creator?
No. That the verse you referred to, where it says, you could translate it, "I create calamity," and then there's a positive statement that follows it. That word right there that you're referring to read it that way, to say that Yahweh did evil things. In order to make that case, you don't need the translation. You need to know what it was translated from in context.
I'll let.
Well,
Okay, so the
to have a
link is
good argument.
backstage. The link is backstage if you're interested in pulling it up on the screen.
All right.
Can you hear me, buddy? Is my mic too
In
low?
fact, go ahead and continue to speak, and I'll adjust it, Joel. Since this is the first time you've spoken, I would have done it previously, but didn't have opportunity.
Well, I can adjust mine too a little bit. I was just trying to ask you, MC, if you've also looked into just the motive behind those references.
Would he be
Behind the
referencing
online etymology
Isaiah?
dictionary?
No. So there's etymology, there's a history of the use of the terms, but there's also just the motive, why God does those things.
Isaiah
That's a good
45:7.
question.
Yes, I know. I mean, to control us. Yes,
No?
the God of the Bible does things to control us.
I think if God wanted to control us, as you suggest, then he wouldn't need to let people have the will to do bad things, right?
The God of the Bible punishes people through government.
Punishes who, though?
Criminals, otherwise known as
Right.
sinners.
So you're against punishing criminals, is what it sounds like you're suggesting.
Well, nobody has the right to. Nobody has.
Okay, well,
right.
let's not get too far off topic here. Okay, so
No, that's on topic. It is. So MC would have a set of laws he'd like to see enforced. And so
Sure.
MC just basically said he does not believe he has his own right to enforce his
there
law.
are laws in our world that we have to abide by, but we don't get to create them.
Well, no, yeah, you do. Again, if you're on your property, the law of the land is what you
So if
said.
I stick my hand
We're on
on a
God's
stove
property.
and my hand gets burnt,
We're on God's property, right?
okay, so if my hand gets burnt by the fire, who made that law? Why the heck my hand got to be burnt by the fire?
Like Richard was trying to insinuate.
Why the heck my hand got to be burned by the fire? Why?
You're volunteering to live on somebody else's
There's
land
something
today.
I'm not
But
putting
it's
up
a
with,
law.
and that's you guys over talking each other, because the audience will not be able to understand.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to make some points, and I'm getting interrupted again. I'll repeat.
Yeah, Richard, can we sort this create thing out? I'm interested now.
I'm not going to cut the chase. You're voluntarily living on somebody else's land today, so like Richard was saying, you either choose to.
It's a voluntary live on someone's land. I live on my own land.
You're interrupting me
I
again.
own my own land.
You're just interrupting. You're not wanting to listen or think.
Well, no. Are you listening to me? What I just said
I
about
can't
burning
hear
my
you when
hand
you
on
talk
the
over me,
stove?
buddy. Nobody can hear us because you talk over.
Pay attention to what's
You
on the
chill out.
screen.
Again,
Pay
please.
attention to what's on the screen.
Okay, Joel, since it's not actually your channel, I appreciate your effort, but it's my responsibility.
Enjoy.
MC, I'd like to encourage you to wait for Joel, and I'd like to encourage everyone, in fact, not just you, anyone, to let a person finish and complete the idea, even if they pause. If you can tell that they haven't finished the idea, just wait a little longer. They'll start a new sentence, and wait for them to complete the idea so that you can have a good argument against the idea. After all, if you don't understand the idea, you don't hear all of it, you'll argue against something they didn't say. So thank you for that.
Basic respect. Yeah, because I can agree with you, MC. I mean, I've worked for companies like SpaceX. We're trying to help humanity, become a quote multiplanetary species, specifically for what you're talking about. If you don't like to live, on anywhere on Earth, in America or wherever, there's options. You can leave. We can go elsewhere and start our own governments.
Okay, so the word government means mind control. So you want to start mind controlling other people. Why do you want to control other people? That's
Well, you have to be careful because that is that's a self-accusatorial claim. You again are on, if you're on your land, your property, you just said that you want to mind control people. So you got to be careful.
okay. So the government doesn't own land. The government is a group of people. It don't own my land. It don't own your land. It's a mythical, made up Constitution I could wipe my ass with. It doesn't mean anything. You can't delegate rights that you don't have. If
Okay,
so
now this is
facto,
getting off topic for sure.
Yeah, I
well,
agree.
welcome to religion.
Okay, well
again,
let's address what you did, your observation you made, MC. So I brought up the exact verse that you were quoting.
Why are you on
I,
Blue
I
Letter Bible? I sent you to etymology online, not this bullshit
big,
made from a Christian. Why don't you actually go to a non-biased source, not a Bible?
I already showed it. I don't know why you didn't see that I already showed what you brought. Is that because you weren't really paying attention? Because now you're objecting to something I already did. You're saying I didn't do something I already did. Everyone else
You're
saw
on
it.
this site called Blue Letter Bible.
Yes, sir.
And what point are you trying to make by trying to shove the Bible, which is Lucifer's? Like, I don't understand. Like, what's your point in all this?
Okay, so first of all, Strong's is greatly recognized by secular and religious scholars. Do you disagree?
Why don't you address the religion of authority?
This is just one way to find Strong's. There's several other ways. But are you disagreeing with Strong's?
Are you disagreeing? Okay, so the Bible and government are inherently linked by Romans 13, and you want to ignore the government as a religion.
Sir, I just want to do one topic at a time, so I'm bringing up the first thing you said. Is that okay?
No, I'm not interested in the Bible, really.
Okay, then you should leave this channel.
On the wrong channel.
You should leave. Oh, you gonna fucking cry because someone don't?
No,
wanna
I'm not
talk about
crying.
no
You
fucking
just said
Bible.
you're not interested in having the conversation we have
Nobody
here.
cares about the goddamn Bible.
You're only preaching.
Yeah, lots of people do.
Worshipping fucking Bible.
You're only
Shove it
preaching
up your
against
ass,
yourself.
you piece of shit.
Joel,
You
Joel,
are-
this is not the
Shove
time
it
to
up your
help.
fucking ass, you
I know
dumb
it's
piece
not.
of
It's not gonna
shit.
make it right.
Nobody is going to bow down to your fucking Bible. Nobody's going to
He's
bow
just
down to your
here.
government.
He's just here to ruin.
Joel,
Romans
stop
13.
helping. Love you, Joel, but
Obey
stop
your
helping.
government.
Oh, I want to go back to the
Yeah, like
conversation.
that's not a fucking
man.
stupid ass creation.
Every time I come here, we get
Okay,
distracted.
so Joel, please stop. Okay, well, he left on his own, and he didn't want to have the argument, and perhaps that's why he gets kicked off channels. Okay, so Joel, your point was?
With him, no, my hopeful effort is trying to be patient as I could was to go back to what Seven was talking about. If you could.
Right, which was a much better conversation, much more progressive, and very interesting.
My point with that MC guy was just that he's only preaching against himself. He's the one that wants to control people, and he couldn't control us, so he left.
Right.
It's all very common.
Apparently. For anyone in the audience who might be interested in the argument, which is a standard atheistic argument that the God of the Old Testament creates evil, I brought up from that exact verse, that exact word that got translated into create. It is bara, which if it meant that the intellect had created it whole cloth, their own idea, it should have read kadabara, which means to create yourself whole cloth from nothing. In other words, it was your idea. Okay, but it does not say that. It's bara, which is majoratively to restructure or repurpose something. So, Joel, your point in saying that God might have done it for a reason is that exact repurposing. Would you expound on that?
Oh yeah, this is the very simple logical thing that, and I think I win a lot of the argument with is that God is causing calamity, causing all these evil things, whatever that people like to quote, I think nefariously out of the Bible from, only to criminals. to those that break God's law, the murderers, the rapists, the things that, and so people that nefariously attack God for, because it's like this. The atheists will say, well, if God existed, he would stop criminals. So when God stops criminals, then God's still bad. It's about immorality or their own need to be the tyrant, basically. And they realize that.
And just how chaotic would the world be without that kind of calamity?
Well,
it would be absolutely nobody would want to live here.
Exactly. To my larger point that I tried to also raise, because again, we talk about this ad nauseum, that if you don't like the land you live in, go somewhere else, create your own government, including guys like, technologists like me. We're working very, very hard to let anybody, no matter how crazy you think you might be with the rest of society, to go find a moon somewhere and go have your own little paradise. It's just, live and let live.
Or just go in the Appalachian Mountains and become a hermit. Peace and respect and welcome, Dirty Varmint. First thoughts, have you been listening? Are you just catching up? What's going on?
I just got here.
Okay.
I had a syllogism that I wanted to present you at some point. See if you could tell me if it's valid.
Why not this point?
Right now?
Unless you're not prepared. It's fine if we have to wait. Go ahead.
No. Do you want to put it on the screen or anything like that? Or
if you can present it, I'll share it. Yes, absolutely. Please do.
Well, I don't want to share my screen or anything. I just have it written down. So, premise 1, anything apart from faith is sin. That's premise 1. Premise 2 is the law is not of faith. And so the conclusion is the law is sin. Is that a correct syllogism? I mean, I'm not asking if it's sound, but if it's a valid conclusion from the premises.
I would say it's valid. Yeah. I don't know about sound.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Let me catch up with you. Let's do it like this. All right, so one thing at a time. All right, just so we can all look at it and process it in every way possible for best understanding. Premise 1 was
anything apart from faith is sin.
Anything apart from what is sin?
Faith.
Faith is sin. Go ahead. Next premise.
The law is not of faith.
The law is not. I should capitalize that. Not of faith. Okay. Go ahead.
And the conclusion is the law is sin.
All right. Let's make
If
that
I may
big enough
ask,
so everybody can see
are you
it.
referencing Romans 14:23?
Yeah, I'm not sure what scripture verse it is, but these are premise 1 and premise 2 are verses from Paul. Yeah.
Which scripture is the premise 1?
14:3. Romans.
Yeah. Oh, Romans 14:3.
No, 14:23. Sorry.
All right, everybody can see that well enough, I assume.
Yeah, you missed a W off the law. That's all.
What? Oh my gosh!
Never miss an opportunity to correct in America.
Oh, lovely. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so anything apart from faith is sin. I'm going to need some scriptures to back that. Somebody else asked for scriptures, didn't they?
Yeah,
anything
so
apart from faith
Romans
is sin.
14. Sorry.
Yeah, so Romans 14, if you want to pull it up. Yeah, the
23.
23rd. Yeah.
If I may, Richard, Sevens has internet connectivity issues. I was hoping we can still talk about stuff too.
Yeah, sorry.
Just curious, just asking.
Yeah, just on its face, I already see trouble. with the syllogism, just the first premise itself. That's why I asked specifically about the first one. And as I suspected, it's not in context.
Oh, and before we get completely off of Seven's observations, first of all, thank you for your commitment and your work. That obviously took a lot of time. Second,
Yes.
have you yourself ever tried to write anything under that same structure? I think it would be almost impossible.
To create it, recreate it, you mean?
To recreate that in your own writing, in your own experience.
When I presented it to my professor in the University of Northern British Columbia back in probably 2006, he said that there's no way that man mentally could recreate something like that. But what I did
Right.
find in history in the 12th century that Stephen Langdon was a professor in Paris, and he's the one that we use the chapter and verses from to this day. And I come across a writing of how he did it was that he used 7 letters in the margin, and nobody actually knew why he did it, but he placed these 7 letters in the margins. And I'm presuming that perhaps he may have his hand in it. It can't be proven. There's no history of him creating a pattern of this kind. But we got to remember, too, that in the Renaissance, they actually used acrostics for coding and secret messages and stuff like that. So, we're
Right.
looking at like Knights Templar ideas to the fact that it's between 110, the First Crusade, and the disbanding in the 13th century. I'm not saying that's the whole issue of it, but yeah, you're right. I wouldn't be able to create one to do what this pattern does, due to the fact that when I did line those particular books up to the Bible, that the first 7 books line up perfectly before it skips the 8th book in both the New and Old Testament, which tells me that it's a creation. Whether it's divine or not, it's all in the eye of the beholder, I suppose.
Well, just in sheer complexity, I think to track that sort of thing at the level of complexity that it is, you would need a computer. Like, you would just be forever taking notes. You'd never actually get it finished.
Well, you have to figure those chapter and verses have been applied to different books from the 12th century, and to have those books come together to create 66 books that do exactly what this pattern applies is virtually 0 to nothing. Like,
right.
You'd have to
and
be.
I would love to have a conversation about something that I found in the text several years ago that I think is actually impossible to repeat, even worse than what you're talking about, because there's art involved,
right?
And not just numerical sequences and using certain words in certain ways in certain orders. It's more difficult than that. As big of a claim as that seems to be. Okay, so Dirty Varmint. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I'm just saying I'd like to hear your thesis on that one for sure.
Well, let me give it to you really, really briefly, and we might talk about it some other time. Just let it boil in the back of your head. Reading the King James Version in a certain size and certain word count, and I was thoroughly exhausted, and my eyes blurred. And when they did, I saw in between the letters, the letters made the background, and what popped out from between the letters and sentences were white lines. And there was just an obvious horse's snout, like from about 2 inches above the nostrils and the curvature of the mouth and the chin. was just evidently there. And I thought that was novel. So I took a pencil and I lightly traced it. Is he still here? Is he just, he's still listening. So I just lightly traced that. And as I traced it, I saw a forehead with the eye socket you can't see because of the way it was facing at an angle. And then the other side of the forehead with eye and eye socket. And I just kept tracing and kept tracing. And what came of that was a Michelangelo's David quality in perfect perspective and form, showing appropriate depth in perspective, and just excellent. What's the right words to use there? Excellent comparative size for depth of what I'd have to call a pegacorn, a Pegasus unicorn, was just right there on the page, and I would trace it for people, and because I had it traced out in the Bible, I would just lay a sheet of paper on top of it and trace it out, and give it to children to color in later, and parents' mouths would just drop open at the beauty of it, and they really seemed like, and I think one of them actually said it, because I did this several times. I think one of them actually said, "You want to let my kid scribble on this?" Because it was just, I mean, it was gorgeous. It was amazing. And to cause that to happen by what letters you use in what places, even whatever language, I think no person could accomplish. I don't think you could do that and make something super simple like a triangle appear in your own writing, in the story of some event that you know very well, like your wedding day. You wrote a story of your wedding day, and you made the natural spaces without manipulating it. You made the natural spaces in that paragraph form a perfect isosceles triangle. I think you couldn't even accomplish something as simple as that. Okay, so Brick is backstage. Brick is having it's connection problem night. Okay. All right. So Dirty Varmint, do I have this correct?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Maybe it would help if
That's where you have to.
Should we put the verses up, or Romans 14?
Well, you could just read them, because I can't share two screens simultaneously if you wanted to read something.
No, I just thought maybe you should like put the verses in the next to the premises or something. Or I mean, it doesn't matter. They're both Paul verses. The first one is Romans 14:23. The second one is Galatians 3:12. For the audience.
Okay. All right. Cool. Would you read each of those if you have them handy?
I could, yeah.
Would you please?
Let's see. Romans 14:23, and he that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he eateth not from faith, for whatsoever is not from faith is sin. And Galatians 3:12, the law is not based on faith. On the contrary, it says the person who does these things will live by them. Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law by becoming a curse for us, for it is written, curses everyone who does not. It goes on, but yeah, I don't have it on my screen. So something about curses everyone who does not keep every aspect of the law, something like that.
I'm okay. I don't have big problems with the two premises. I don't think the conclusion follows, however. I think the conclusion would be better written as the law outlines, points out, makes obvious sin.
Okay. I mean, so is the law apart from faith?
Is the law apart from faith? Yes, someone could be righteous in the law with no faith. Absolutely.
But anything apart from faith is sin. So the law is sin.
Well, the problem with that, and this is again going back to what I was saying before, is that verse, it's not saying that's not the context of that verse. It's actually talking about something specific when it talks about things that are apart from faith. When it says anything, it's interesting that you put the word anything, because it actually says something about eating. Correct?
Well,
And what does
yeah,
it mean by eating, Brick? Hold on before you go on. What do you mean? What does it mean by eating, Brick, in your understanding?
To consume.
Consume in what way? Like physically eating food?
It doesn't necessarily have to be like that. Like, I mean, it could be anything you take in, right? So if it's, I mean, because we're really talking about something outside of faith. So if it's talking about consuming, eating, and that sort of thing, it's kind of like the example that Peter was given in his vision, that the
The
Gentiles.
cloth with the banquet on it. That one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of the same example of, that those newbies would be accepted in, even though they had sinned. If there was sin there, the law was correcting it.
And just as a personal note, Joel, your keyboard is probably louder than you realize.
It's probably because I turned up my mic earlier. Do you want me to?
No, I have to crank up your mic because your microphone's rather quiet. But unfortunately, we can hear you typing very well.
Well, what do you want me to do? I guess I can mute. Hold on.
Pause. Just mute when not speaking. That works.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, I guess I'm half paying attention as well now. Can you please let me know when you guys want to get back to what Seven was talking about? I guess that can be nice.
I will alert you personally by name.
Thank you.
I'll send you a carrier pigeon personally. By Royal Mail.
Well, that would take entirely too long, but
well, I was going to say, you're in Britain, right? Well,
sorry, carry on, Richard. Yeah, I'm in Britain.
okay. So, Brick, you were saying before I so rudely interrupted you, you were trying to make a point.
Yeah, I mean, so there is a figurative sense to be taken in here as well, and so it could mean literally, but it can also mean figurative. So it's a consummation of anything that is not faith. So
okay, I'm going to try to paraphrase it. You tell me where I go wrong.
Sure.
The Bible being a book about spirituality more than it is about physicality, mm-hmm. the taking in or consuming of a thing, which can be apart from faith, is things like accepting poor evidence against your faith. Is that right?
I like it. It's blind faith.
Or a blind faith is not justified. You don't have a reason for the hope within you. Something like that, yeah?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. What do you think about all that there, Dirty?
So Romans 14:23, it's definitely talking about food. I mean, he says all food is clean, but it is wrong for a man to let his eating be a stumbling block. It is better not to eat meat or drink wine or to do anything to cause your brother to stumble. Keep your belief about such matters between yourself and God. Blessed is the one who does not condemn himself by what he approves, as far as eating and drinking is what he's talking about. But the one who has doubts is condemned if he eats, because his eating is not from faith, and everything that is not from faith is sin. So the everything that is not from faith is sin. That's like the reasoning he's using to tell you that, the one who has doubts is condemned if he eats. Nothing is unclean of itself. He's talking about food being sacrificed to idols. It's okay to eat it as long as you don't make your brother stumble by doing that. And he's saying, but keep your belief about such matters between yourself and God. You know, and saying that everything that is not for faith is sin. That's the reasoning he's using why he's telling you to keep those beliefs between you and God, and not go in public telling people it's okay to eat food sacrificed to idols. So I definitely think that he's talking about literal food. I mean, I don't see anywhere where it could be something spiritual, you know.
Is there a spiritual aspect to eating a food to be kept between you and your God? In eating a food that was sacrificed to idols, is that not part of the idea?
Yeah. Eating food sacrificed to idols, that's definitely part of the idea.
So when it's talking about food, it's talking about the spiritual aspects of consuming the food, not the food itself.
I'm not sure.
After all,
So,
if you were to not bring it up, I'm not saying the Bible is saying be dishonest, but you don't have to bring up everything that is the situation. You need to only bring up the things that matter in the situation. So I think what the text is saying there is if someone were into witchcraft and I come to their table, I participate with them, right? But not in the witchcraft, because that's against my personal beliefs. I don't have to bring up to them, I don't believe in witchcraft. I don't have to bring up to them witchcraft is bad thinking for all the following reasons. I don't need to say those things. I could just talk about what does make sense, and I'd be more persuasive than attacking their present position. And that is being wise as serpents.
Right. I mean, I think what Paul's trying to say is that, like, I think the question is that he's trying to answer is it okay to eat pork, for example?
Really?
And
Do you really? That's the point.
and
Is
he's
the
saying,
food?
yeah, it's food sacrificed to idols, basically.
What changed in the food when it was sacrificed to an idol?
Well, I mean, nothing.
I'm just asking you to back up your assertion. I'm not trying to. I mean,
that's
make
his
a good
reasoning.
argument. You should be able to back it up.
Yeah, nothing changes in the food.
It's in the minds of the people.
Yes.
Okay, so it's
I'm not
spiritual.
sure.
It's not physical at all.
I'm not sure if it's only in the minds of the people. I mean, like, they are worshiping some false god that could be real. It could be one of the Elohim or something like that, you know, or the devil or whatever.
We're still talking about Romans 14:23.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about 14:1? It talks about he that is weak in the faith receiveth thee, but not to doubtful dispositions. But even in Luke 12:29, it talks about seek not what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink, but neither be thee of a doubtful mind.
Right.
So because doubt is mentioned there, whether or not that's the original text, but from the King James, it uses the word doubteth. And even 2 Timothy 2 or 1 Timothy 2:8 talks about lifting up holy hands without wrath and doubting.
And would you please, for everyone who doesn't know, tell what the suffix ETH means in what is that? Late English, but not modern English. Would you tell everyone ETH?
No, you go ahead.
Continuation.
I just don't want to get it wrong.
It's continuation. It's not doing it once by mistake. It's continuing to do it.
Okay. Yeah.
Like if I wrote jump eth, it means to continuously jump.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess are we still on Romans 14? Like, he mentioned verse 1, and that captures the gist of what he's talking about. It says, accept him whose faith is weak, without passing judgment on his opinions. For one person has faith to eat all things, while another who is weak eats only vegetables. one who eats everything must not belittle the one who does not, and the one who does not eat everything must not judge the one who does, for
Right.
God accepted him.
Absolutely. But I
Right.
really don't think that's actually talking about physical food or the repercussions thereof.
Okay. Well, either way, I mean, it's kind of
I,
besides
I
the
mean,
point.
for instance, I'm personally because of digestive issues, I'm restricted to not eating anything that ever had eyeballs. So I'm a lacto-ovo vegetarian, right? And that's as far as I can go.
So you're
Okay.
in verse 2. You're the one who is weak, who eats only vegetables.
Right. But in my argument, actually, I'm not weak. I deadlift over 300 pounds. I leg press over 700 pounds.
So
I
he's talking
can
about spiritually weak.
I can carry. Yes, it's not talking about physical weakness.
Right. It is talking about spiritual weakness.
And in fact, one of the strongest people in competition in our propagandic media is a vegetarian.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can look him up. It's what's his expression? I think it's vegetable power or powered by vegetables. Anyway, he's a strict vegetarian, and he competes in strongman contests and always places very well, sometimes winning.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right. I mean, it's not. I'm not arguing. Like, it's kind of besides the point whether it's spiritual food or physical food. The point is the reason why you're not supposed to, judge others based on what they eat is because everything that is not from faith is sin. So if you have doubts, then you're condemned if you eat because you're not eating from faith.
Well,
Right
there's
on.
one
I
verse
agree.
that kind of contradicts that, to the idea where Peter stepped out of the boat and he began to sink, and Christ reached down and grabbed him by the arm and said, "Ye of little faith, where hast thou doubt?" He was still a believer, but his
Yeah. So you've just debunked Paul right there. Thank you.
Okay, dude, go ahead and expound on that. The standalone statement doesn't really cut it.
Well, he just said that Peter contradicted what Paul is saying. Anything apart from faith is sin. And, he's saying that if you have doubt, then you're condemned because it's not from faith. But he proved that Peter did have faith, even though he had doubts.
Well, then why did Jesus say, "Oh, you of little faith," meaning you'd lost your faith?
Well, he still has
weak
a
in the
little.
faith.
Yeah, he still has a little.
Well, doubt either has two meanings. It's either no faith or of little faith, or the absence of faith.
Yeah, but when Jesus said ye of little faith, he didn't say ye of no faith, zero faith. He said ye of little. He still had some faith. Right?
Yeah, it's funny too. If you look up doubt in a dictionary, some will actually give you a product of fear when you have uncertainty, which is aspect of doubt.
I agree. Yeah. So doubt is not necessarily.
So I'm
wrong,
going to make
in
an
my
assertion based on a part that I'm going to have to spend some time on because I want to take it with due respect. I'm going to spend some time on looking up those chapters and verses and seeing if your syllogism is valid and sound. But until we have time to do that, but at first glance, it seems, I don't know, gut feeling counterintuitive to me.
Okay, can I clarify real quick? I don't think it's sound because I think Apostle Paul's a false apostle, and I'm saying if it's a valid syllogism, then that proves Paul's a false apostle.
Roger that. I'll bear that in mind.
Deuteronomy 28:66 says, "And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and have no assurance of life," which again brings up the term fear.
So I want to close this out, but I want to close it out with an assertion and first impressions on the assertion. Because the Hebrew word for a large body of water, like really anything bigger than a puddle, including a stream, a pond, a lake, or a sea, is the word Oz. But the word that appears in the text, other than talking about a sea, is the word that got translated into the King James and majoratively waters. But the word there is mayim. And what the Hebrew word mayim means is watery substances. It doesn't mean water. It means watery-like substances. And only in small amounts. For instance, a fruit juice is a mayim. Semen is a mayim. When you look at the word mayim in context from those people and their surrounding, in fact, all the Semitic people, the word mayim is a reference to brother and sisterhood or relationship. Like I could say, my second cousin is mayim, and that's the way it should be used. So if I use that same mayim talking about Peter falling into the waters, meaning he becomes a common person, then it's perfectly justifiable that Jesus said he had lost his faith, becoming a common person.
Sorry, I can see where you're going with that. Yeah.
Any other thoughts? Mayim means people. Oh, and it says so outright in the book of Revelation. These waters that you have seen are peoples, multitudes, nations, and tongues.
Interesting.
In fact, it's the only definition in the Bible for the word waters.
Well, how about just waters?
What do you mean?
Like
then it should be Oz.
Physical.
Then it should be Oz. It shouldn't be Mayim. Mayim's the wrong word.
Okay.
Yeah, waters represents people. I noticed too that a lot of those terms you just mentioned, except for waters, would be replaced with nations.
Yes, that's correct. In fact, it's used several times. For instance, the island city off of Tyre, it's proclaimed that the soldiers will come like waves of the ocean crashing against the shore. And that's not the only occasion where they compare people to waters. It's actually a very consistent theme. For instance, wells of our fathers. There's another one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay, I'm just going to ask everybody to wrap up their thoughts then. Sorry, go ahead, whoever that was.
Well, that was me, sorry. I just noticed the veil over the nations' tongues and peoples.
So does that mean you got to get going, Richard? We're not going to get to talk?
We're not going to get to talk? You mean, do you have my email address, don't you, Joel? Like,
I do.
You have my channel address? You have my private email address? Let's do a dedicated show to you. Let's do one. You just have to suggest 3 time spaces.
Yeah, you said it last night. I guess I would love to, but I don't know when I've got time either. I'd see your channel pop up, and it's just like, okay, cool, yeah, I've got time. So yeah, I'll try.
Well, I tell you what, next time you're the first one in, we won't bring anybody else in. What do you think of that?
That is too kind of you. I don't want to.
It's fine.
I don't want to change your channel.
I want to do that with everyone individually, because every brain, as you and I both know, is different, and it needs its own attention.
Well, there's so many things also that I want to talk with you about. I'm not sure what or where to start, man. There's so many things just cached.
Good. Then we won't run out of things to do.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
That'll be
Hello.
excellent.
Never-ending conversation, as you call it. I love it.
So
Welcome back, Midnight.
My spider sense was tingling.
Was it? You want to do that?
That was perfect timing, by the way.
It's not the first time it's happened. I'm accusing him of prayer if this keeps up.
be careful, Midnight.
I
Go to
believe in
bed,
accidental prayer.
Go to bed.
I totally believe in that. Okay, thank you all very much for your time adding to my experience. Please do the algorithm stuff. Lovely to see you all. I love you all. Please come back again, Sevens. I hope you had a good time.
Yeah, I would love to talk about more about
I sent you a link in the private chat there if you want to take a look.
And what is it for, or do you want me to not say publicly?
Well, whoever's in the room is welcome to take a look at it.
Well, you're gonna have
Maybe
to
it'll
repost it for me,
prepare
'cause
us
I don't
in
see
our
it.
next conversation about these phenomenal things
What-
that are going on.
Do me
within
a
the
favor, Seven. Do me a favor. Would you? I don't know if you can even
I got it for you.
put your channel in the back chat for me, in the private chat for me.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I wish you could. I would just go ahead and make you a mod. I make everyone a mod as long as they're an honest, earnest person.
I'm not.
So that's an oversight. What do you mean you're not a mod? Write something in the chat, Midnight.
Hang on.
How are you not a mod?
God dang it. I was just about to say, you see, Richard just called him out, yo. Who the cat fit, let him wear it. If it don't fit, you know why.
There you go, Jesus. Actually, no,
Yeah,
I should have said
thanks.
Space Jesus. God damn it, I'm totally lost.
Thanks for having me. When Joel gets his say there, I'd like to sit in and listen to that. So hopefully
Well-
I've got my bell on and I'll catch you.
And you posted it in a private chat, I'm sorry, you said earlier? Yeah. And I was really curious. You mentioned something about DNA earlier. Do you have background in any of that?
No, I didn't mention DNA, I don't believe.
Oh, darn it.
I think that was me, Joel.
Oh, okay. I'm a big science nerd, so I love to talk about that stuff.
No, you're not.
No?
You're pulling our chain.
Well, yeah, ask Jay and these other atheists that are freaking trolling me. I'm just a lowly idiot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, atheists are trolling you.
Heck yeah! That's all I do.
That's going to be a fight.
Proves Einstein's point about atheism. I love it.
All right.
I think I came in when I did, Richard. So this can still be going.
That is a pot calling the kettle. Very, very, very.
Thank you, Seven. I appreciate it. And yeah, because I've done a lot of that kind of study years ago, and I'd love to about like numbers and stuff.
Okay, so here's the website of Seven's work of 7 patterns. Everybody check out his website. Give him a good, solid, hard thinking critique. Tell him what you think about it, whether positive or negative. Let him know.
Where was you said you have a YouTube channel, Seven? I'm sorry?
I do have a YouTube channel, and there is a link to my website through there too. You can get there through there, or either directly on the site that I just posted in the room here.
Okay.
I'm not looking for subscribers or anybody, but you're welcome to.
What if people want to subscribe to your channel, though?
That's not fascinating.
Yeah, exactly. It's
right, bro.
Is it okay?
Don't tell us what to do.
Can I
If you want to subscribe, we'll subscribe, damn it.
Oh, there it is. It's the click me button on the first page. I got it. Awesome.
Especially if it's free.
I can create 7 channels and subscribe 7 times.
I love you all very, very much. I'm going to rudely say thank you so much for your additions and your company. And I look forward to the day we're all great friends in heaven. Have a great night, guys. Great to see you all.
Later,
All right, good night, Adam.
Cheers.
Damn, everybody just dipped on us.
I mean, I'm here, so hello. I am midnight. I
How do
am
you
the
do? How
owner.
do you do that midnight? How do you come in just like 2 seconds before Richard says he's going
Yes.
to?
Yeah.
That's impressive. You did it yesterday as well. Kick.
So I was actually listening to Dirty Varmint's syllogism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the thing with syllogisms, right? Like they could logically follow, right? Um, but the question is, right? It depends on the context, right? In this circumstance, we're talking about a biblical context, right? The first claim didn't seem to make sense to me on a lot of levels. But I was hoping that he would have gotten more of an opportunity to kind of flush out his idea without basically repeating the first premise. Because like when you when you make the claim and you're trying to justify the claim, repeating the claim doesn't justify it, basically, right? But you know, I'm not saying he was rudely interrupted. I felt like he didn't get to fully polish out his thoughts, even if he's wrong on the first premise. It would have been interesting to see how he would kind of like justify and connect the two premises to see how he comes up with the conclusion.
I mean, just going off of the premises did lead to the conclusion. That's obvious. It's whether the premises are true or not. It was valid in structure.
Well, yeah. Well, valid in structure is going to be dependent on the context in this case, because he's not making a claim about reality per se, right? He's making a scriptural claim because
No, well, that's soundness. I mean, valid in structure. The structure is valid. The context and the content of the premises is what is soundness. So it might not be sound, but it was valid in structure. It doesn't matter what the content is. That doesn't have anything to do with validity.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm saying outside of that, outside of scripture, it will logically follow.
Yeah.
Right? I'm saying within the context of the scripture, right? Considering the way how specific words are used, right, and what they mean and what they convey, they didn't follow. However, I'm open to see, right, how they would follow. Like take for example, right? It was basically made clear in Hebrews, right, that the law within itself, especially the Old Testament law, that didn't save people, right? That didn't give people salvation, right? However, it was treated that way, right? And so, not only that, the law was being used by the Pharisees, right, for their own personal gains and uses, right? They even changed a few of it, right, for their own purposes, right? So maybe that's the perspective that he's coming from, because they were using the law to sin, right? Same way, like for example, I give actually a direct example when the woman that fornicated, right? And they brought him to Jesus, Jesus being the judge at that point, right? They wanted Jesus to judge the woman, right? And you know, sure, you know what Jesus said, let him without sin cast the first stone, right? But Jesus is not saying that to condemn them or or necessarily to point out their hypocrisy, right? He's saying that because they themselves broke the law, right? By bringing only the woman, they were supposed to bring the man. And by only bringing the woman, they're bearing false witness, which is against the law, the same law they were trying to use to persecute the woman. And the reason why they're persecuting the woman, right, is to use that woman as a tool to basically show, hey, Jesus doesn't know what he's talking about. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but with that, it doesn't really matter about specific laws. Like, I'm trying to remember anything outside. What was the first premise again? Can you remember?
I'm going back in the video. It says premise 1: anything apart from faith is sin.
Yeah.
That's too
Premise,
vague.
premise
I need,
no,
right?
anything not person. Sorry, read it.
It says anything apart from faith is sin. Premise 2:
Yeah.
the law is not of faith, so
Yeah.
therefore the law is sin.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter about individual laws. The law is not faith, and anything outside of faith is sin. The law is outside of faith, therefore the law is sin. That makes
Okay.
perfect sense.
So the question is, right? So he would have to justify premise 1, right? My problem with premise 1 is that it's completely open. Like when you say anything, do you mean like anything? Like
Yeah,
if I wake up and brush my teeth, since the law didn't say anything about me brushing my teeth, does that mean that I sin? Right? Like like he would, that requires more clarification, right? And again, he didn't get the chance to fully explain that, right? Because not all sin is based on the law in the first place,
Yeah.
right? So it's kind of setting up again, this is without clarification. It's kind of setting up somewhat of a false dichotomy, right? Saying that, okay, well, if whatever that's determined that's bad in the law, right, is sin, right? But the problem is before.
No,
The
that's what I'm
problem
saying.
is
The whole law is sin because it's not faith.
no.
Just anything. The whole law is sin. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. That's what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying. That doesn't follow because sin existed before the law, right? And the law wasn't given to justify someone's faith.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, go
So
ahead.
because you said the law is something that existed before, or no, you said this that sin
existed before the law. Yeah.
Law, but that's not entirely accurate because there was law before sin. Now there's other laws that came
Tell me
about.
where in the Bible did God give laws before the Mosaic laws, before the 10 Commandments?
Well,
but before you do that, can I just say it doesn't matter whether sin existed before. It says anything outside faith. It doesn't matter when it was created or when it first happened. It doesn't matter. Anything outside faith is sin.
Okay,
So,
but that's clearly not true, and he didn't substantiate that. That's my problem.
Right. Yeah, that first premise is wrong. It's not true. It's not a true statement. It's not that he was lying. It's just that he obtained the information in the incorrect context. That verse that he actually read from the 14:23, what that was talking about wasn't that everything and anything outside of faith, because there was literally context there. It was talking about eating, and more specifically, it was actually using eating as an example of something that's illustrative of consuming, like taking in, like basically the idea of take in what is bad, take in what is good, leave out what is bad, right? So if you see someone else taking in what is bad, it's not your place to necessarily. I mean, you can. If it's your brother, maybe it might be beneficial, but then of course comes the because there's other scriptures that go along with how to approach a certain situation too. And I do believe that Paul in those scriptures was being very careful, as careful as he possibly could have been, not to take the principles out of context. The funny thing about translations and context and that sort of thing is, especially this far down the road, people do, and it is just what it is. The law is, in my opinion, based off of certain principles. And the thing about principles is it's literally ideology. And so when you're talking about ideology intertwined with law, I mean, faith comes into play just automatically, because you have to believe for a principle to be valid. In which case, if a principle is valid, then you've got law. So that becomes something that you're going to abide by. It is law. That's kind of generally the accepted truth of it. Now, I don't claim to be God, obviously, but with the context, understanding why it is Paul was alluding to eating or consuming, really, then it's clear to see that this idea of the law being outside of sin generally, it is true, right? So the law is not sin because it stands alone on its own outside of sin. Sin is actually something that is a result of people not following law. And that's generally understood with sin anyway, that sin is just going against. It's actually a result.
Yeah, it's a transgression against God, I think is a common
Well, yeah, religiously or like with faith, that is true. But if you take God out of the picture, sin still is transgression. So I could sin against you, right? And it would be considered transgression against you.
I don't think it'd be called sin, though. I think specifically it has to be against God. I've looked it up a few times. I think it's specifically a transgression against God.
Yeah, and that's a fair assertion. But from what I understand about the word itself, sin is an ideal. So,
yeah.
Being as that is an ideal, I could apply it to my brother. Like for instance, and I know D-Doc probably wouldn't agree with this because he views things as the intended reader. But for the instance of Cain and Abel, Cain sinned not just against God, but he also sinned against his brother. That's just my view of it. So.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. And just to be clear, I don't agree with Varmint's syllogism, but I'm just saying it is valid. You can argue with the soundness of whether the premises and conclusion is true. I really don't know about that, but yeah, I'm not saying I agree.
And I do know that from Dirty Varmint's own words tonight, and I do believe I remember he said this before, that he doesn't believe that Paul was entirely a Christian. So, to bring it up is something that he is trying to show in his view. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. Yep. So that's his view, is like, so he's trying to show it from the scriptures how Paul's words that he spoke or wrote down were actually fallible. right? Whereas I look at it and I say, well, there's context there, and so um, it's kind of the funny thing about, like, so when you read the words in like the King James Bible, there's actually added words in the King James Bible. They added words, and so really going back to something like the original language. That's why I love that D-Dot uses the Blue Letter Bible. You'll find exactly which words were added, what the words actually mean. I mean, and just it really provides real context. I love that D-Dot does that, by the way.
Yeah, it is amazing how you can have such like two premises and a conclusion, and like you said, to go through all that and work it all out, that probably take like 3 or 4 hours. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
It's amazing how complex.
It's a whole show, and then some. What was the second premise, by the way?
The second premise is the law is not of faith.
Now that is true. However, it just kind of like that's. I guess that can be used for a premise. I mean, it just seems like a silly premise to use. It is not of faith. The law is not of, like, so the word of, right? Like,
I don't know. That's what I'm saying, man. Like I wanted him to explain to explain the combination of those words, because that's the thing with syllogisms, right? Like, sure, you can make an argument or a deductive argument for pretty much anything, but whether or not the words make sense, right, in the context in which they're being used, right, that's a whole nother ball game. And I'm not gonna lie, initially it doesn't make sense to me, but I'm curious to see, I was curious to see, okay, like, how is he gonna like follow this through, right? Because a lot of theologies are born out of different ways of reasoning, you know um um on the Bible. You see what I'm saying? Now you could make the argument and say, well, his motivation is him not liking Paul. But okay, I still want to hear I still want to hear whatever point that he might have to make.
Yeah, well, I mean, because the thing about it is, so he used the conjunction of, and saying something is of can mean so many things, or is not of, right? The negative can mean so many things. Like, for instance, the car is not of America, right? So just that could mean that it could be a Japanese car, could be a German car, could, like, so it could be anything outside of America, or you just look at it like an ideal, like it's a piece of crap. Yeah, Toyota, right? I love Toyotas, but they're not originally American. Now they're American made cars. So the car is not American could just be simply referring to an American made car that did not used to be. Like, so is it American or is it not? Right? Just saying is not of America is not the same as saying is not American or is American or is American made. Like, because it's so open ended. Is not of.
Yeah, it's the vagueness of it.
Yes. Is of. The blanket is not of blue. Okay. Well, is it of a bluish green? Is it of a bluish purple? Like, what is it? It's easy to say what something is not, but can you describe what it is? Right? And so and that was actually another point, because proving a positive out of a negative, because the conclusion after the second premise was then a positive. So he claimed two negatives and tried to create a positive out of that, which can be done, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it works. Or is it one negative and one positive? But either way, it doesn't really matter. The idea that this negative, you put this in with something else, and all of a sudden, now I've got a positive claim. That, well, no, you just deduced a couple things. One of them, by the way, is not accurate, and then now you've got a positive claim. And so, really, to come up with a true syllogism, wouldn't it require two positive claims or two negative claims to create a positive? Like, how accurate do those two original posits need to be in order for it to be a true statement?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be like a positive claim necessarily.
Yeah, it just has to be true. It doesn't matter whether it's positive or negative, I don't think. As long as it's true and it follows, then it's sound.
Because that's the reason why you argue, right? You'll come up with arguments to justify the claims that you're making, right? Because at the end of the day, like, sure, anyone can say something is true, right? But whether or not it follows, right? Like, that's a whole another thing. You can make a bunch of true statements and see if they actually logically follow, or whether or not they don't. So, as far as Dirty Varmint is concerned, right? What his argument is, parts of his argument is true, right? But okay, like, how is it true? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because maybe he has a point. That's kind of my view when it comes to stuff like this. Maybe someone has a point that they're trying to make, basically.
I think with him being a Christian, he will just say it's true because it's in the Bible.
Does Dirty Varmint consider himself to be a Christian?
He is, yeah, but he doesn't accept a lot of the books true and from God. He throws out a lot of the books. I think all the Paul, like a lot of them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but all of those letters, basically. Yeah, I mean, he's only going by the history that's been written, not the council, right? So, and that's understandable. But I mean, even if you went by just the history, you could find all of the principles. You could find all of the reasons, in my opinion, to believe. You really don't necessarily need the letters and the council unless your faith might be wavering. And then even with the revelation, that's just, well, there's some counsel in there for sure, but ultimately that's just a telling of the end, a telling of the future, a revelation. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with having that simple view of it. In my opinion, you're going to find all the things that you need. So
I've got a slightly new topic. Well, it's totally see, I don't think you can prove a miracle historically. And I'll go further than that. I don't think you can show that a miracle is even most likely historically, because we don't know, we can't demonstrate the supernatural exists. So by definition, any natural explanation, no matter how bizarre, weird, is automatically more likely than a miracle. So a miracle is automatically the least likely thing to have happened So when you're going off history, historians are trying to work out the most likely. So it's impossible for the least likely thing to be the most likely thing to have happened. Does that make sense?
Hold on. So let me see if I understand. So you're saying that miracles, right? And I'm assuming you're speaking from just basically supernatural stuff.
Yeah.
Essentially, is what you mean, right? Not miracles, right? So, I mean, I think that makes sense. You don't have access. You don't have direct access to the past.
Yeah.
So I don't see how there's any way for you to go back. I mean, not miracles aren't the only things that are susceptible to that argument. A lot of
Yeah.
things
Yeah.
you really can't prove,
Yeah.
right? You
But
can make inferences,
yeah,
right?
but
But
even
I
more
don't
than
think you
that,
can prove.
you can't even say that they're the most likely. Not even like prove like 100% or demonstrate. You can't. They're necessarily the least likely thing to have happened. You know what I mean?
I mean, whether or not something happens likely or not, again, like it depends on whatever evidence that you're using and whether or not you accept, you know, the explanation as evidence given the circumstance, right? Like what is evidence? Is evidence, ancient writings? Is evidence, oral history that's passed down, right? Like is evidence, um, you know, like burnt stones or whatever. Like I think those questions are important to answer, um, before you actually try to address the issue.
So
Yeah,
do
I'm talking more about like the historical method, like the way historians work. They go back and try to work out what is the most likely thing to have happened based on the evidence. And
Sure, but
you know,
sure, but again, right, you're going to run into an issue of unequal weights on I don't remember the correct term, right? Where there are some things they'll accept, right, based on limited evidence, right? And some things they won't accept based off of limited evidence, right? So it's kind of like our conversation earlier, where you'll have one group of people talking about events that took place within their location or country, right? But
yeah,
none of their neighbors, right, don't agree or disagree with whatever story they tell,
yeah,
right? So now you run into the issue of, okay, well, everyone has been saying this, and it's been said, the story was recorded at this particular time in their history,
mm,
right? Like that's all you have to go off of, right? And
yeah,
so you can't. There's no way for you to wholly confirm that
yeah,
you know what happened
yeah.
because there's a lack of evidence.
Yeah, it's like it's more for. I've heard a lot of Christians say like it's been demonstrated, it's been proven that Jesus rose from the dead, or that's the most likely thing, and I disagree with that. I don't think they can. Well, obviously they can say it,
I mean,
but
I
I
mean,
don't
you
think-
disagree with it because, right, of your predisposition, right? You don't think
no, no, it's
supernatural exists.
because, like I said, of how historians work and how history works.
I mean, historians believe and grant, um, the existence of a lot of figures, historical figures in the past, with literally just only writings about them, right? Um, and they accept it perfectly fine. Whether or not the person did the things and how they do it, that's another thing.
But it's like
But
science. They're only saying this is most probable. They don't say anything for certain. Like scientists say, this is the best model we've got at the moment, but we could be wrong. Historians say the same thing. This is the most likely thing to have happened. They won't say this person definitely existed. They'll just grant it because they probably did. If someone
So
lost it, someone, you know what I mean?
a couple of
go ahead,
things.
Brick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a couple of things.
Yeah,
No,
sorry.
yeah, no, not at all. I'm glad to let you guys do a little bit talking. Because I was looking it up, right? So when you talk about miracles, right, there's context there too, because, and like I said, I'm cheating. The idea, miracle is an idea, right? So ultimately, we're talking about your version of a miracle versus my version of a
No, I would disagree with that. It's not an idea. If a miracle happens, it will be a fact. It will be a physical thing that happened. It wouldn't be an idea. I mean, I would have an idea of it, and you might have a different idea. But the actual event
But
will happen.
yeah, but the problem is how people define miracles,
Hey,
right?
that's what I
You're
was gonna ask.
referring
How do you
to
define miracles?
like
What is the definition?
Yeah,
I
because
would say a supernatural
I know
event that breaks or bends the laws of nature, physical laws.
right. So when a baby is born, a lot of people exclaim that that is a miracle.
Yeah, they're just wrong.
Okay, well, so that's what they call it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, people will have different.
yeah,
Right.
which goes back to my main point, right? It depends on your disposition on on what you prefer and what you can sit and what you will accept as evidence at the end of the day, right? You
Yeah.
can accept evidence that Buddha exists, right? But we only know about Buddha existing based on statues and writings about Buddha and stuff he allegedly said, and a lot of that is passed down by his alleged followers, generation after generation, right? Like,
That's why I went to the miracles and the supernatural.
but
I
Buddha
accept
did miracles
I
too.
accept that Jesus probably existed. I'm not talking about people existing. I'm talking about like supernatural claims. I don't think you can say they're even the most likely thing to have happened just based on history, just based on writings, or that's kind of the point.
However, when I talk about life, right? So there's a spark that's in us, and you can disagree with this. You can just tell me it's just lights and bells and whistles and that sort of thing. Um, but for some reason, it exists. Now, I can't explain why any better than you can. The fact that it exists at all, in my view, is a miracle. Like,
So
especially,
how would you define spark of life? I'm not sure what you
I
mean.
didn't say divine. I just said life.
No, spark of life. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a spark, right? There's yeah. So even in the moment of conception, would you agree that there at the moment of conception, there's like this burst that happens? You've seen that, right?
What, when the sperm meets the egg, kind of thing.
Yeah, there's this electrical spark that actually does happen.
But surely scientists will know why that happened. It's not
Nobody knows why. Nobody knows why it is that the seed ferments, or is it ferment? Fertilizes the egg. Nobody knows why.
But that would be an argument from ignorance. You can't say we don't know why, therefore it's supernatural.
The why would be to to reproduce, to expand life, to procreate, right? Why does an oak tree drop pine cones on the ground to reproduce?
Right, and
Yeah,
so from
That's
the
the
Big
why,
Bang,
not the how.
Yeah, well, from the Big Bang and evolutionary standpoint, the fight of the fittest, that doesn't matter. None of that
But
matters.
are you saying that the spark of life is supernatural?
Yes. It comes
Right.
from somewhere.
That would be an argument from ignorance. You're saying no one knows how or why it happens, therefore it's supernatural. That's an argument from ignorance. That's fallacy.
I
Prove
mean,
me
if the
wrong.
spark of knife is supernatural, prove me wrong.
Yeah. Prove me
Okay.
wrong.
What was
Prove
that? You broke up. Sorry, a minute.
I believe that I know.
But how can you know?
Congratulations, Mr. Arrogance.
You can't say that no one knows, therefore I know. That doesn't make any sense.
No. I said I believe that I know.
That's
Yeah,
more or
that's
less
still
the
Mr.
same
Arrogance.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can say you believe it. That's
Yeah.
fine. You can't say
Oh,
I
hang
believe
on a
that I
sec. I'll be right there. Somebody just came in.
and I'm not having a go at you all.
No, not at all.
I'm just saying it. Yeah, it's.
I am.
I know you are.
You always do midnight. You like that.
Hold on, Mr. Person in the back. Or Miss, I don't know. I will get to you in a second.
This is exactly what the conversation is for. And ultimately, I believe wholeheartedly that peace is the end of the matter regardless.
Hello.
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 I got about 15, maybe 20 minutes before my melatonin kicks in.
Yes.
Because I have an appointment in the AM. So, first of all, I wanted to say, oh my God, Wildheart, why are you so skinny?
I've got health problems at the moment, but I don't want to go into it soon.
Oh, I love you to death, so I was worried about
Yeah.
Wildheart needs to
Ah, bro, he trimmed the beard. That's all that happened. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. That was like 70 pounds.
I mean, I get the feeling that Wildheart probably had. And holy shit, you like look at that! Look how long your neck is. Like,
Fucking midnight.
I just noticed. Like, look how long his neck is. Like, yeah, he really is skinny. Like, what? Do you have the big C? What the fuck is going on with you?
Damn
Be
it.
nice, midnight.
Why you be nice?
I was trying to remember the name. What's that organ next to your stomach? Oh, pancreas. Yeah, pancreatitis. I've got.
Oh,
so
wow.
eating all- yeah.
Damn.
But it's fine. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. I hope
I
so.
mean, I would hope so, Mr. Skinny Man. Like shit, I wish I looked like shit. I wish I was as skinny as you right now.
Oh, I got one. So if that was healed and not by some doctors or cures, would you consider that a miracle?
No,
Not
it would
by-
have to. Again, that it would just be another argument from ignorance. I don't know how this got healed. That's it. You stop there. You don't say I don't know how this got
Well,
healed.
at least Wildheart is
Therefore,
honest.
midnight, middle of a sentence. you can't say I don't know how this happened. Therefore, it was a miracle. You just say I don't know how this happened and stop there.
Or the body has
miracles
to kind of heal itself and to go into remission on itself. So the body can just do stuff like that.
I agree
That
with
doesn't
that.
necessarily mean that it's a supernatural intervention.
Right. Yeah, no, I do agree with that. Well, so the word miracle, the way I understand it and the context I've always used it for, it's not necessarily supernatural. It could also be used for something unexplainable. That is a wonderful thing. It's a wonder. It's also why it's sometimes referred to as a wonder or a sign. Sometimes it's also another thing. A miracle is called a sign. Sign, miracle, wonder.
I mean, you could use it like that, but that doesn't really help with the God and the supernatural. You're just basically saying I don't know how it happened, but it's a good thing, so I'm going to call it a miracle. It doesn't explain anything. Do you know what I mean?
See, my problem is that like
where it's like, oh my God, I won the lottery. It was a miracle. But it's an actual miracle. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I don't know if
I,
that would be a
I
miracle.
think my
Because what is
problem with
miracle?
these conversations
Right.
is that like you have an issue of standards, right? Like if someone was to walk up to you tomorrow and say, hey, tomorrow night at 12 p.m. I'm gonna have all the stars in the sky spell your name, right? And you see that happens, right? Would you consider that a miracle, right?
Again,
But
it will be, you would have to know why it happened to call it a miracle.
well, but that's the thing, right? He tells you the reason, right? Let's say he says, "Well, I just want to show it to you to show you miracles are a thing," and then he shows you that, right? Would you consider that a miracle?
So this
Well,
guy is doing it. He's claiming to do it himself.
Yeah, no. He says, "I will make the stars in the sky spell your name tomorrow at 12 p.m." You meet up, right? You go to your location. You look up in the sky. Both of you look up in the sky, and the stars spell your name, right?
Yeah.
Holy
Would you
shit, are you
consider
Q?
that a miracle?
No, because it could be
If
Q
he,
from Star Trek.
if he told me how he did it, then he would have to explain how he did it.
actually, that was
No,
Futurama,
no,
by
no,
the
no,
way.
no.
Well, yes, it was, but I'm using Q as
So
a
now you're
example.
changing. So now you're changing the definition of miracle, right? Because
Well,
it's not based on whether or not you know how he does it, because he could do it and he can show you how he did it,
That's right.
right?
that's what I mean. If
And
he showed me
so
how he did it, that's what I would need.
Well,
If
no,
I don't
no,
no,
have an
but that
explanation
wouldn't.
and it
But
just comes under the category
no,
of
but the question is whether or not that would. But the question is, right? Your standard, right, is now changed. You basically moved the goalposts, right? Because if he showed you something that as far as you're concerned, right,
hmm
is not natural, right? Right, and now he's like, okay, now I'm going to show you how I did it. Let's say he used some unknown technology or whatever, right?
yeah.
Would that make it any less of a miracle?
Yeah, if it was natural technology, then by my definition of miracle, it wouldn't be supernatural. Therefore, it wouldn't be a miracle.
Okay, so basically, whether or not something is supernatural is based on whether or not we know how it works, like how
No,
the phenomena takes place.
no. If I don't know how it works, I can't say either way whether it was a miracle or it wasn't. Once I do know how it works, if it's
then it's still not a
supernatural,
miracle.
it could be a
If you
miracle.
know, wait, no.
Yeah,
If
but
you
you see
know
the
how it
problem with
works,
your definition now.
if you know how it works, then it's not a miracle anymore. It's a
No, if I know
wonder.
how
But
it works
because you
and
don't
how
know
it
how,
works is supernatural, then it's a miracle.
but your definition is saying that if you knew how it worked, then it
It's
could
no
be a
longer
miracle. But
supernatural.
that is not a
Well,
miracle. That's not a wonder. You can't wonder about something that you know how it works.
so you can't know
I mean,
you
wait,
can't know the supernatural.
no. I have to stop. I have to stop you guys right there because he
No.
said you can't wonder about something that you know how it works. Are you
Yes,
high? No,
the
you
word
can.
wonder. No,
You
the
can.
word wonder is literally based off of not having knowledge. You
You
wonder
can
about it.
still wonder about something you know. Like I don't see how you could say that.
No,
So
you
how
can
can
wonder
anyone
at
claim? How can anyone claim that the supernatural exists then?
you can wonder at a view. You
No
You're
can't
one
saying
wonder
can make
you
at
any
can,
it,
claims.
but that doesn't mean that you know how it works.
yeah.
I
I
can admit
mean,
that you can wonder about stuff that you know because you can that you maybe your knowledge of something has you only have a limited knowledge of something, so you can wonder about the stuff that maybe you don't know about whatever it is that you know.
How do you feel about Socrates?
Uh ooh,
How do you
Please tell
feel
me
about
this has something to do with the conversation.
yes, absolutely. How do you feel about
Okay.
what Socrates said about what he knows?
are you talking to me?
Anyone? How do
Oh,
you how do
philosophy
you
is not my pay grade. So
okay?
what did he say about what he
What
knows?
The
he
only thing
said
I know is that I know nothing.
exactly.
Basically,
We
he was saying that as much as he knows, he doesn't really. He knows that he doesn't. Well, I'm getting tongue tied.
That's also a great Green Day song as well. All I know is that I don't know nothing.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the idea that, you know, the base of our knowledge is what's in nature, and outside of that, we can't possibly know anything. This is actually how Socrates won the West, by deciphering between knowledge and thought, right? So we can think a thing. Well, is that thought really truth? Whereas knowledge is supposed to be based on truth because we can put it on the ledger. We know it and we can write it down. Then outside of that, there's nothing we know. We only wrote it down. And then leading.
So by Socrates' definition, no one can claim to know the supernatural exists. Because if it's outside nature, then we can't know it.
Yep, and that's why when it comes to religion and ideologies, faith is required, and I will not back down from that. Like, so I'm not about this whole idea that I know, right? And I know I will say I know, but what I say is I believe I know.
Yeah.
You see, there's a huge difference between myself and a lot of different believers, that I recognize that knowledge too can be fallible. There can be bad knowledge, just like there can be good knowledge.
I would just change that to just say I believe, because when you say I believe I know, that's virtually the same as saying I know.
Yeah.
If you believe that you know, then you're claiming to know.
Just now you understand my viewpoint. But I have to clarify that, because a lot of people will say, well, you just believe it. Well, you just believe it. Well, you just... And so I have to go on from that, because it does breed contention. People want to say, well, you just believe it. And then I say, well, I believe I know too. So that's where faith comes in. And I'm basing my faith upon evidence, as faith is requiring evidence. And so, like, for the ideas of knowledge, like I said, you can idea it out in your head, but until you write it down, it's not a ledger. So that's why it's called knowledge.
Oh, sorry, can I read Midnight? Are you there?
Yes, can I help you?
Midnight. Sorry, Halsey's put a link in the side chat. Can you click on it, because I've not got more power, so you'll be able to bring it up. Cheers, Halsey. Good to see.
Well, okay, hold on a sec.
Sorry, bit. Sorry.
Oh, please, go right ahead.
Yeah, so that goes into faith and definition of faith, but I don't know.
Hang on a sec. We definitely need to share. Definitely need to screen share this. Present. Share screen. Okay. Can anyone see?
Yes.
Yep.
Hang on a
No,
sec.
because I'm on the game right now.
Oh. Sorry about that. Well, basically, it's an interactive website about biblical contradictions. This is interesting, like scientific absurdities and historical inaccuracies. You know what, Halsey? This is definitely good. Cruelty and violence, misogyny, violence and discrimination against women. Marty, are you looking at this? Holy shit!
I am, actually.
Discrimination against homosexuals.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Like interesting poll data, 40%. Holy shit, 98% over here.
We can't read the writing though. The writing's too small. We don't know what the figures mean. Not to make you work too hard, man. Sorry.
I tell you what, I will
Can I not
post
confederate?
it. Hang on a sec. I will post it in the private chat so you guys can look at it on your own PCs as well.
All right, guys, my melatonin's kicking in, and I have an appointment in the morning. I should have been in bed 30 minutes ago, but.
All right.
Marty's got a date.
Cheers, man.
With the therapist tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Oh, yeah, that's really a date. Like she's seeing her therapist.
Very, very
Yeah. Good pick, man.
Right?
Good pick.
All right.
Hello.
See you
Whatever
later.
your name is. Hello.
Good to see you.
All right.
Good
Bye-bye.
All right.
All right, so here we go. List of biblical contradictions depicted above. Skeptics. I know the Bible contradictions. Like
I got a dragon.
whoever put this together had a lot of fucking time. This is awesome.
Yeah, dude, look at this. Does it tell you which verses have the contradiction and stuff like that?
I mean, I would assume so.
I'm going to
Like,
make a
I'm looking-
prediction then.
I would imagine.
I'll predict that most of these contradictions are from Paul.
You really don't
Why
like
do you hate Paul so much?
It looks like that
Damn.
it's supposed to be spread out over the entire scriptures pretty evenly.
It looks like Paul's letters have the majority of the contradictions as far as compared to any other book individually.
Actually, if you look at the graph below as he's going across it, look towards the very back end. The blue, the light blue, the very back end, that grayish blue would be the New Testament, I'm going to
Yeah,
assume.
that would be Paul, yeah.
No.
Can I make another prediction? Richard will be okay with all of these, like you said in the side chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, I was
very-
Okay, here's a list. Okay, book Genesis.
oh, there's Doc.
Count.
Nice. So if you look at
Source. Skeptic Anointed, infidels.org, Evil Bible. That's a little weird, but let's go that. Okay. Scientific insincericities and historical inaccuracies. This is just Genesis. All right. We have Genesis, type, count, and source, Evil Bible. Misogyny and violence. And the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, she profaneth her father, she shall be burnt with fire. Jesus Christ. But if this thing be true, okay, hold on a sec. Let's see who. Okay, hold on a sec. Who is this guy? First
full
loss.
screen midnight.
Okay, fine. Hold on. Okay, generally skeptic is here. Sorry,
Oh,
specific.
GS, what's
Oh.
happening, my brother here?
I mean, I could debunk this
Yes.
contradiction on the screen.
Oh,
Easily.
by all means, debunk it. I would love you to do that. I live for that shit. Go ahead.
Can you put it back up?
Well, hold on a sec. First, I have to see who first last is.
Oh,
Oh,
he's if
on.
that might be.
Who are you first?
Oh, first, last.
He came up
Yeah,
last
he's
night,
cool.
didn't he?
Is that
Yeah.
Lick? Lick the whole boot should be coming.
I don't know
if
what to
that's him or
say.
not.
I mean, I used to know Richard years ago on YouTube.
He's in the
Oh,
chat.
yeah, he was on last night, midnight. I think he's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, he was on last night.
Isn't
but
that
he
the
left
mad
when
porn
Richard-
bomber?
He left. No, he
No,
left.
he's
when
cool.
He
Richard,
came on last night. First last
yeah,
bit.
but he left when Richard wasn't here, so you missed him again.
Missed him again.
Yeah.
But he's in the chat.
Lick's down there. He might Lick the whole boot might come up. I don't
What's
know
up,
what his screen name is, but he liked and subscribed over here.
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, Richard isn't here, so
Well, let's get the party started then.
there you go. Then he left.
Why didn't you let him in?
I did let him in. Did you see him on? Oh wait, you're still playing the game. Sorry, I did let him in. He said he
Oh.
was looking for Richard. I said he's not here. He left.
Oh, okay. Guess we're not cool enough.
I guess not.
Not totally enough.
We are back to this because apparently Generally Specific can debunk this shit. Do it! Debunk it!
No, it's me, Dirty Varmint. Leviticus, the one on the screen down, where you had it before, yeah. No, one more. Misogyny, violence, and discrimination. It says, and the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, she profaneth her father. She shall be burnt with fire. And the contradiction is in Deuteronomy where it says, but if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity cannot be found for the damsel, then the men of her city shall stone her with stones and not burn her with fire. But there's no contradiction here because this Leviticus is talking about a priest's daughter specifically, whereas Deuteronomy is just talking about any damsel, not necessarily a priest's daughter.
Well, any would include a priest's daughter, but the fact that it's a priest's daughter precludes it from a certain punishment and expects it to be a different one. Is that your argument?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I actually agree with that.
So just
So
a
we're one
common
down.
trollop.
One down,
Like 20
9,000 to
million.
go, or how many are there?
I love this level of confidence, even if I disagree with it.
How many contradictions were there? Like 1,000 or?
I
A lot.
mean, what I can do
lot.
is do this. Hang on. Account all, and I guess Kev take a noted. And this is how many there are, apparently. Biblical
Oh.
contradictions.
We got one down, so that's good.
Well, I mean, actually, no, let me actually repost it in the private chat. If you want to debunk this whole thing, by all means,
Okay.
have fun making stream upon stream.
I could probably add a few too. I bet you I could add one or two that they haven't noticed.
I'll put it in
Like
the
my
post.
syllogism from earlier. I think that should be on here.
Oh yeah, do you want to go into that, Batman? Was it you who wanted to ask Dirty?
Yeah, it was Batman.
Oh yeah. Hold on. All right, so Dirty Varmint. So can you you didn't get a chance to flesh out your first premise. So when you say anything apart from sin, can you be more specific? Because when you say anything, right, like that's like super general. Like if I don't take a
Right.
shit today, right, does that mean, I sin because I didn't,
Yeah, I
I
get it.
didn't
I
take a poop
mean,
today?
I'm just quoting the text. So the issue is with what is Paul trying to say? Is he saying that everything, any single, like you said, if I'm brushing my teeth in the morning and it has nothing to do with faith, so is that a sin because it's outside of faith or whatever? And I think what Paul is saying, he's saying, blessed is the one who does not condemn himself by what he approves, but the one who has doubts is
I'll be back.
condemned. If okay,
Okay.
but the one who has doubts is condemned if he eats because his eating is not from faith, because everything that is not from faith is sin. And so he's just making a general statement as that everything outside of faith is sin, and he's using that as proof that if you have doubt about eating whatever food, then you're already condemned. Because so if you have doubts about brushing your teeth, if you think to yourself, maybe brushing my teeth is a sin, then you're already condemned, because then that would be outside of faith.
Okay, but so how does that link? So link that to the law. So I'm assuming you're referring
Well,
to
Paul
the
does that.
Levitical law.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
because the
okay,
second
go
premise
ahead.
is what links it to the law. The second premise was the law is not of faith, and that's another statement from Paul, and that's in Galatians 3:12. And what Paul is saying is, he says, okay, now it is clear that no one is justified before God by the law, because the righteous will live by faith. The law, however, is not based on faith. On the contrary, the man who does these things will live by them. Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law by becoming a curse for us. For as it is written, curses everyone who is hung on a tree. So that's a non sequitur right there. But anyways,
So essentially what he's saying is that like people aren't saved by the law, which is true, right? The purpose of the law wasn't to give people salvation. That's not a false idea.
Yeah, the premise is when he says in verse 12, the law is not based on faith, or the law is not of faith, some translations. So it's not based on faith. And so same with the eating of the food. If it's not based on faith, it's a sin. If everything that's not based on faith is a sin.
Okay.
And the law is not based on faith.
So basically, you're basically just it's basically just hyperbolic language. You don't mean like literally anything.
Yes, anything. Like if you have doubts about anything, whether brushing your teeth, if you think in your heart, oh, brushing my teeth might be a sin, I'm not sure, then for you, you're condemned because that's outside of
But
faith.
that's not what he's saying though.
What is he saying?
So let's pull up the scripture and we'll look at what was said before.
Can I give
Go
a
ahead.
little bit of context to what I think he's talking about the faith and eating? And I
Sure.
could be really wrong, and please forgive me. It seems to me like when Peter was basically kind of, for all intents and purposes, going on a forced fast, which wasn't actually prescribed or healthy to him, because he was in the presence of the Gentiles and felt anything that the Gentiles touched or prepared was considered common or unclean. And he sat up on the roof and he was basically going into a food, kind of like getting real woozy or whatever. And he had like a vision as the sheet came down from the heavens, the four corners were pulled, right? And upon it were all these different cleft hoofed animals and all these
Cloven
different cloven hoof, all these different animals and stuff. And he said, "Arise!" And he heard a voice that said, "Arise, Peter, kill and eat." And he said, "Not so, my Lord, for nothing common has basically entered my mouth. Right? I've not eaten anything common." And the voice corrected him and said, "Nothing that I've called sufficient or adequate." I think I forget the exact terminology. Can be considered, nothing that I've said was okay to eat can be considered common. Basically, I forget the exact word. Please forgive that. So, and he said, "Not so," and he basically corrected him a third time, and basically then he arose and ate. But so the point is that if you don't have faith that when God tells you to rise, slay, and eat, then you're condemned because you're stuck in the law, right? The law to me is mathematical, right? It's 1 + 1 = 2. Faith is not being able to see the numbers, trusting that God will provide that apple that falls from the tree into your hand, and then you eat it. I don't know. That's a weird way to say it. And thank you for letting me wax poetic.
Could I add? I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I think that Peter denied God's request or command 3 times, and he never ate. He was like, "No, I'm not going to do that," and never succumbed. And he only found out that the animals or whatever represented Gentile nations later on, when he went and talked to some Gentile. Then he realized, oh, I get it. Those animals were people. But while he was in the vision, he never ate. He was like, "No, I will never eat something unclean. I never have. I never will." And he disobeyed 3 times. But that's besides the whole point. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to go on that tangent or whatever.
No, you're good. I just want you to let me know the piece of scripture so we can pull it up. And I am gaming at the same time and trying to.
Okay, yeah. So the question is premise 1, everything that is not of faith is sin, and that's Romans 14.
Wait, are you screen sharing? Are you screen sharing?
Me?
Never mind. Continue what you're doing.
No, I was asking Dirty
Screen
Varmint
share,
to give me the scripture that he's basing the first premise on.
Yeah, Romans 14:23. You go ahead and screen share, Batman, if you want to pull up the syllogism.
I'm kind of gaming, bro.
Oh,
I'm in the middle of a battle.
Yeah, well, definitely screen share then. What do you? Come on.
Midnight, come on. What are we paying you for? Screen share.
Romans.
Can you
Romans
wait
14.
a second?
While he's pulling that up, can you actually give me the Galatians scripture as well?
Yeah, Galatians 3:12.
Galatians 3:12. All right, cool. Thank you.
All right, Romans 14. We can. Is it Romans 14 verse what again?
Verse 23.
Verse 23. Let me.
Hello.
Said is it 14 or 13?
It's
Oh
Romans
no, Richard. Am I doing something wrong? You came back.
14.
Or can't you sleep?
Verse. You said verse 23.
Yeah,
There's
14.
only 20.
Oh,
There's
sorry.
only 22 verses. I think you're referring to either 13 or 15 or one of them.
It's Romans 14, verse 23.
Romans 14 verse 23. Bro, there's only 22 verses.
Oh, there's definitely 23.
I wonder why Richard didn't say anything.
He was just bringing up the syllogism for you.
Yeah, Romans 14,
That's fair, I guess.
23. It says, but the one who has doubts in it is condemned if he eats, because his eating is not from faith. And everything that is not from faith is sin.
Okay. I'm bugging. Okay.
You were in the previous chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm
like, wait, what? Okay,
I'm
let's.
almost there. I ain't gonna say nothing. He'll figure it out.
So I guess I think what he's saying is don't have doubts, because everything apart from faith is sin. So he's just saying it as a blatant fact that anything outside of faith is sin. And he's saying don't have doubts in your heart because everything outside of faith is sin. So having doubt would include that everything, that would be part of the everything, but there could be other things too. So he's just saying, making a statement that everything outside of faith is sin, and he's using that to support you not having doubts.
Well, the thing about faith and law, and so I was going over this earlier a little bit. Law exists outside the bounds of faith. So you have to have faith to believe that the law exists, correct?
No. I mean, you have proof that the law exists. You don't have to have faith. I mean, if you define faith as believing in something without having proof, that's how I define it.
Okay, do you have to not have faith? Is it a prerequisite to have faith in order to believe in laws, or do you have to not have faith in order to believe?
No,
in
you could have. I mean,
so both could be true.
Well, he asked. True at once. Yeah.
No. I'm trying to find whether or not your logic follows.
Yeah.
So he asked you a very, and hopefully I'm not getting it wrong. He asked you a very pointed question. He said that you have to have faith to understand that something that exists outside the bounds of faith, such as law, is to be trusted or is real. It even exists. And you said no.
Or well, I thought he was asking.
So I'm just asking you. Go ahead. I'm just asking you if the inverse of your response is necessary in order for this thing to exist. So what I'm saying, if your answer is no to both, then present your evidence as to why you think what you think. Meaning, it just sounds like you want to be contrarian to be contrarian.
Because I think that he asked me, do you need to have faith in order to know that the law exists? And I said, no, you don't need to have faith, because you can just see it. You can see the law, and that's how you know it exists. Okay. You don't have to have faith.
How come you can't see that God exists?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if you can see that the law exists, why are you blind to God?
Why am I? Is that like a personal question? Why am I blind?
Well, it seems to me like you have a problem with faith and God.
I do? No, I don't. I'm a Christian, if you don't know.
Well,
to be fair, it's a logical syllogism. It doesn't matter what the environment thinks about God. It's either correct or not. So.
Right. That's exactly it. When you're saying that I can see that the law exists because I have eyes to see it, and I say, can you see that God exists?
Not with my physical eyes. I mean, figuratively.
Well, hold on. You can see a metaphysical concept such as law. You're willing to see that
with my eyes.
Although it's not literal.
Well,
unless
sure it
it's
is. Like if
unless
there's a
it's
law
put in
written on
print.
stones, then
Yeah,
that's
there's
a
a
literal
Bible written on
object.
stones that
Exactly.
talks about God.
And I
But
don't
you
need to
believe
have
in the
faith
law,
to
but
know
you
that
don't believe in
exists.
God. But you believe in this thing over here that's written on stones.
What do you mean I don't believe in God? What are you
Well,
talking about?
He's just being
I just asked you a very,
metaphysical
very
about it.
particular question. And
What
you
was
said
it?
no to it, but you said yes to this other thing, but they're both in the same
What did
paradigm.
I say no to?
You said no, you can't see the existence of God with your eyes, but you can see the law with your eyes, even though the law is basically a concept that can be written down on a stone or a piece of paper, the same as the
Right.
Bible, the same as
Sorry,
I guess.
understanding God.
Okay. Let me.
have we-
I'll
have we
take back
finished
my
the syllogism?
answer.
Sorry, can we finish the syllogism first? Has everyone finished with that? Just check it.
Well, this is
I know. I was wondering what does this have to do with the
But this is
syllogism?
part of the
yeah,
syllogism.
this is part of it.
I mean, I guess I could see God with my eyes if he appeared, but he hasn't appeared. I haven't seen him physically.
There you go. Okay.
I can figuratively see him.
That's what I'm saying. Do we choose what we acknowledge and what we have the ability to see, or are we very particular? Right? Do we choose to only see that which we want to accept or see?
Well,
I get. So that's my point. Is like when I ask you a very pointed question, it's not a trap. It's just to test whether or not your logic follows, whether you're going to be logically consistent. And maybe I'm missing. Maybe
So
I'm
was I?
missing the script.
I mean, well,
I don't think so.
If you want to know if I'm logically consistent or whatever, let's look at the syllogism that I submitted for review.
Okay. Well, I just tested your logic and you failed.
Well, I didn't understand your question.
Because you say with your mouth that you believe in God. You seem like you're clutching pearls when I say, well, don't you see the evidence of God everywhere? You're saying you can see the evidence of the law and you can see it, so you believe that it exists, but you don't have the same capacity or wherewithal to see the presence of God in every freaking thing that's made.
When did I say that I didn't see?
You said no, dude. Rewind the tape.
Yeah, I told you I misunderstood the question. I can figuratively see the evidence of God all over the place. I'm a Christian and I believe Jesus is the Messiah. That's totally besides the whole point, dude.
No, it is the point. So you're saying yes, you can see evidence of God, and yes, you can see evidence of law, absent of faith.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so faith doesn't need to happen for you in order for you to believe in God.
A little bit, definitely a little bit. I mean,
okay, so somebody else.
I have to have faith
maybe
in like historians and like these archaeological discoveries. I have to have faith that those guys were telling the truth when they say certain things.
And you're actually on the right track too. I'm not saying that you're wrong. The faith that is required is the faith of a mustard seed, right? So you do have to have even the faith of a mustard seed, but that does not mean that law is outside the bounds of what is required. So faith without works is dead, right? So that it doesn't say that faith alone, right? Faith alone will get you there. However, if you have the ability to do and you don't, then go to the ant lazy one. See, these things, right? They're not synonymous. They exist outside the bounds of each other. Two things can be true at once.
I agree with that.
And again, I'm not trying to trap you. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to see if there's a level of consistency. And I'm noticing, and maybe it's me being inartful in the way that I'm asking or posing my question, which is probably in the 90th percentile likely. So I don't want you to think I'm beating up on you. I'm just trying to understand your position. Yeah, I have nothing against you.
Did you see the syllogism?
Right, but I'm just engaging the words that are coming out of your mouth directly, regardless of.
I mean, I understand, but can you what's your opinion of the syllogism? Is it sound, or is it valid? Does that make it sound? It's in
the chat. That way you don't have to pull it back up.
Okay.
Just so you know, the syllogism. I'll read it for us, unless you want to, Dirty Vomit.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. So premise one.
Okay.
Anything apart from faith is sin.
Right.
Premise
Okay.
2.
So let's engage that real quick.
Okay. Because this is the
So
one I had trouble with myself. Go ahead.
so if you reject God, in the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God. Basically, everything that was made by the Word, had a part in making everything. So anything that exists apart from faith. So if you don't have faith that the Word created everything, then you're in sin because you're denying the very Creator who created everything. Does that has to logically follow,
Can you
especially
say
if
that
you
again,
claim to
please?
be okay. Everything that was created was created by the Word, right? In the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God. And then it goes on to say something kind of King Jamesy that always stumbles me, that nothing that was created wasn't created by him, some kind of wording like basically he created everything. So
Yeah, go ahead.
so if you engage the very first part of the syllogism, anything, which means everything, because anything apart, anything separate from faith, anything that you look at without faith is sin, because he created everything. And you
Well,
have to acknowledge the glory of God in everything, for he created everything. And if you lack the faith to believe in God, then you don't believe God created everything. Thus, you're rejecting the very premise that God is responsible and all the glory goes to him.
so this is my problem with the premise. Your first premise, okay? Anything apart from faith is sin. Then faith is your God. That's a problem.
Yeah, that is a problem, isn't it?
Yes. So when you say that anything apart from faith, the problem there is that
Okay.
scripture, Romans 14:23, there's a context there.
Yeah, anything apart from God, from faith in God is sin.
Right. So you actually have to add a premise of what you're having faith in, or perhaps what is apart from sin. Because when you talk about the scripture here in Romans that you are literally using, which is fine, you can use this. The
Okay.
premise is
So right, Roger. I think semantically, your point is really well made, Brick. But
okay.
we're having a syllogism and we're having a discussion about contradictions in the Bible, not in a biology book. So the entailment is we are speaking about having faith in God, right? I mean, can we grant that? But no, your point is really well made, and that syllogism should be corrected to address so that there's not a lack of clarity in that, right? I agree with that. It's well spotted.
Well, how so? I mean, it's just a statement. It's just a
Which will
direct
change.
quote
Which
from Paul. It
it will
says
change it to
everything else, everything apart from sin or faith, is sin. It's just a
Faith
general.
in what? Faith in whom?
You're asking Paul, not me. So you tell me. What does he mean?
I was going to say it is a direct quote from the Bible, so you literally can't change any of the premises because they're all from the Bible. You can't change.
But there's an entailment there that if we're going to be logically consistent and honest and in good faith, he's not talking about Satanism. He's talking about having faith in God. Anything apart from having faith in God is sin.
Well, what he's talking about, I told you guys earlier what he's talking about. He's talking about having doubt in your heart about eating pork. If you doubt, if you say, I think pork might be a sin, I'm not sure. Is it okay if I eat it? I don't know. And then you eat it, you're condemned because everything outside of faith is sin.
Right.
So can I actually address it now? I've read through the chapter and won my battle, by the way. Thank you guys very much.
Awesome.
All right. So what the chapter is addressing is the idea of people having strong faith and weak faith, and them judging others based on their perception of whether or not someone has strong or weak faith. And the context in which it's used is when people who are of strong faith, for example, right, they might not eat certain foods. Now, remember, this is specifically addressing Gentiles, right? And there's a combination between people who are Hebrews and people who are Gentiles, right? And so the believers who are not Gentiles are basically judging the Gentiles for what they're eating, right? Which they're not supposed to do, right? And essentially what Paul is clearing up here is that, hey, listen, you first of all, you judging them, you judging anyone based on their diet, right? That God made, that God gave them permission to eat, right? That's sinning, first of all. The second thing is that when you judge people and condemn them, you're basically doing that to yourself. That is the point of the whole
Yeah,
the whole
chapter,
the whole
basically.
chapter.
I mean, so when it says everything is anything apart from faith is sin, like the context kind of doesn't matter. It does, but it doesn't. It's almost like saying wear a rain jacket because it's going to rain today. Like
So if
it's
you
just a it's just
let's
a
read.
statement of a general fact, and he's using it as proof that you should wear a rain jacket. You know, he's saying because it's going to
Let's
rain
read the
today, and
prior.
it's a
Let's read the prior
non-negotiable
verses real
fact.
quick.
And so when
Right.
he says anything apart from faith is sin, that's a non-negotiable fact. And he's saying don't have doubt in your heart because anything apart from faith is sin. So it's kind of like the context doesn't matter. It's just a statement of general.
You can't say that, bro. Like
hey,
context doesn't matter.
It does.
So
It's a
it says
positive.
No,
here.
the context doesn't have anything to do
Well,
with
hold
the
up,
statement of
It's called a
fact.
positive proof negative.
So I kind of get what Dirty Bellman's saying, though.
Can I just
The,
read it?
the sentence on its own is either true or
yes,
false.
go on, Batman.
But it's not one. It's not the
Hey,
same.
let Wildheart say something real quick.
Yeah, I was just saying the sentence on its own is either true or false. The
But it's not the same.
in that way, the context doesn't really matter because it's either right or wrong. So
Wild
did
Heart,
you
it's
wanted
a
to
half of a
respond?
But the
verse.
context would determine whether it's right or wrong and how he's
No,
using
it wouldn't.
That
It's
doesn't
like
make
I
sense.
told you before. It's saying like wear a
No,
rain jacket today because it's gonna rain. You know,
it's a half
it
of a
doesn't
verse.
matter whether you wear a rain jacket or whatever. It's a statement of fact that it's going to rain. You
It's
know,
a half of a verse.
So my question would be this,
May
Marmon.
I read
Uh,
before we go further? Can I just read the previous
Yes,
verses
do
real
it.
quick, and then we could go from there.
Go ahead.
So I'm starting from verse 19. I'm not going to do the whole thing, right? Let us therefore make every effort to do what leads to peace and to mutual edification. Do not destroy the work of God for the sake of food. All food is clean, but it is wrong for a person to eat anything that causes someone else to stumble. It is better to not eat meat or drink wine or to do anything else that will cause your brother or your sister to fall. So, whatever you believe about these things, keep them between yourself and God. Blessed is the one who does not condemn himself by what he approves, but whoever has doubts is condemned if they eat because their eating is not from faith, and everything that does not come from faith is sin. Like, it's clear what he's addressing here.
perfect. Yeah, that is very clear.
So it sounds like if you're like it's like all right. I mean, this is going to sound kind of gross, but this is something that I think most men battle with. Have you ever like gone down for like a little brown chicken, brown cow time with yourself? And you got the laptop open, you're kind of listening. Do you hear the creaking in the floor? You got your trousers down around your legs. You're hoping you don't hear your wife creeping down the stairs. Now, this is something I used to battle quite regularly. The point. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm making you blush. So basically, if you have to look over your shoulder before you tell a joke or rub one out, maybe you shouldn't do what you're doing because it's a sin. So if you're second guessing what you're eating, then you might know that you probably wouldn't. It's not edifying the body. It's not edifying for the temple of God. Maybe that's the sin. Maybe that's the maybe.
No, the overall chapter is about people judging other Christians, judging each other, especially based on their quote unquote levels of faith. And the situation was that the non-Gentile Christians, or the people of strong faith, are judging the other people who have quote unquote weak faith, and they're making the judgment based on their diet.
Right.
So
Okay.
Paul is telling them, don't do that. That's not up.
Correct.
That's not up to you. That's up to God.
And don't judge others if they eat pork. You're not supposed to be like, oh, you're not supposed to eat pork. Like, he's just saying don't. And he's like, whatever you believe about it, just keep it between you and God. Whatever you're eating or drinking,
Yeah,
keep
that's
that
between
between
you
you and
and
God.
God.
But the question is premise one true or false?
I'm saying, given the context, it's false, because the quote, the quote in which you picked, it does not. It's not based on the context that you're
But
using it
it's
in.
not. There is no context to premise one. It's just a statement that says anything apart from faith is sin, and you're saying that that's false. Not everything apart from faith is sin.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you're basing that off a piece of scripture, right?
No,
The
I'm
piece
just
of scripture
quoting
does.
it from a piece of scripture. Like, there's no context in premise one. It's just a statement.
I
There
mean,
is
if
no
there's
context. It's a fact statement of fact. There's no
So,
context.
so in this
okay,
context,
but
look. So I
whether or
want.
not something is a state of okay, hold on a second, right?
It's like the
Because you
sky is blue. There's no
can't.
context to that statement. It's just a statement. Is the statement true? Yes or no? The sky is blue.
Okay, but you can determine whether or not a statement is true, right, within the context it's being used, right? This is not a
Okay.
statement about reality. This is a statement based on a biblical understanding, right? And if it does not fit with the biblical understanding in which you took the quote from, then it can't be true.
But how can it do all that when it's just a single premise? Like, there's no attachment.
Because you gave where it came
You're
from.
adding all these attachments into it. Like,
No.
I
but
have
you-
to
you know what?
believe it is magic.
It's like I'm
Scripture.
saying the sky is blue, and you're saying, well,
No, that's not what
you can't say that unless you know the context of blah, blah, blah.
Nothing can
But you
stand
gave
in
the
its
scripture that it
way.
came from, as in you're not making a general statement.
Well, so is the premise true?
Are
I'm
you
not
making
asking
a
about
general statement?
Why don't you ask God, Dirty?
Oh.
He who lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach.
I'm actually teaching you right now. I'm not the student here. I'm the teacher. You've got the
Batman,
role
that's fine.
reversed.
If you reject the premise, then you don't you can reject the argument. That's fine. There's not a problem there.
Yeah, you can reject the premise, but you're rejecting Apostle Paul, so I win either way.
Oh, so it's about winning,
None
not
of
about.
that even makes sense. But
Yeah, so if you say the premise is
my
false,
question is,
that
are
means
you
Paul
making
is
a
a
general
liar. 'cause
statement?
No, it's your
the one-
premise,
it's
not
a quote
Paul.
from Paul.
Yeah.
Are
Is
you
it your
making a general
interpretation that
statement?
could be flawed?
There is no interpretation on premise one. It's just a statement. I haven't given a paragraph
Okay,
of
so
interpretation.
you're saying it's a general statement. Okay, so you're
It
making
is
a
a
general
statement.
statement. This is not based on anything that have to do with the Bible.
No, the statement is a quote from the Bible.
No, it's not.
Romans 14:23.
It can't be. It can't be. We
Also-
just demonstrated that it's not.
No, it's not.
Not. How should it be read then? King James?
Read
It
the
should
whole
be read
verse.
how we literally just read it, bro.
So, okay, let's put the premise. The King James version says, "Whatsoever is not of
No,
faith."
no. Don't read
sin."
half the verse. You keep doing that. You're reading half the verse, and this is what
No,
I've been
because
saying since the
you're
beginning.
not understanding the word "for."
Read the whole sentence.
It's okay. I'll read the whole sentence. And he that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he eateth not of faith.
Wait. Hold on.
For
Dude. Hold on.
whatsoever is not of faith is sin.
Nah,
and the
dude.
word "for" there means because.
So
when
so
he
you
says-
believe in God, but you're gonna have this mocking tone when you're reading the Bible, dude.
Well,
There's some Lucifer in here, bro.
You don't like I'm mocking Apostle
You're
Paul.
mocking, dude.
It's
Yeah, I
not
know.
all it takes.
It's
Generally
because
speaking,
this
if that's
is
all it takes, having a mocking tone.
This
and
guy
you-
is
That's
so dead.
absolutely
He doesn't know I'm a
irritating me.
Christian, and he doesn't know I reject Apostle
No, you
Paul.
claim a Christian.
No, I am a Christian.
Okay.
And I reject Apostle Paul. That's why I'm mocking his letter.
Well, I mean, that's disrespectful to other people. Is that good faith
No, it's
to mock
not.
somebody
It's
that
not
other people accept?
disrespectful. It's the most respectful thing a Christian has probably
No,
ever
you
done to
can't.
you.
You can't be respecting the faith and
Yeah,
then be
disrespect
mocking.
Paul, and you guys
No,
are saying the
no.
premise is wrong because and it's just a statement. It's like the sky is blue, and you're saying that's wrong because you don't. You're mocking.
Well, no. What did Jesus say about mocking?
He said, "If you get mocked for my name's sake, you'll be
Mhm.
rewarded."
Ah.
Turn the other cheek. Yeah.
Turn the other cheek, all that good stuff. We have a common ground here, and that is peace, right? So mocking has no benefit.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
actually
mocking
disturbing
anyone
the
on
peace.
I'm not mocking anyone on the panel.
No,
Well,
no, no.
we
I'm
know
mentioning to you that it's disturbing to my peace because I feel like
Well, I
mockers
don't
and
care about
scoffers.
you. What are you, some
Well,
sort
there
of
you go. There you go.
baby?
You're
Oh,
you're
you're
not in
not a
good
grown
faith.
man. You can't handle
You're
a
not in good faith.
conversation.
My problem is that
All
you're
I did
not
was
in
read
good
the
faith.
scripture. How is that
No,
mocking?
no, dude. I mean, all I did was
You want
stick
me to
my
read
finger
it
in your
again?
ass. It's not
Well, you
gay.
also, well,
You
you
want me to
also
read it
took half
again?
of the scripture
It says,
from the
"He
beginning.
that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he
You're
eateth
mocking
not
again,
of
dude.
faith." How is that mocking? I'm just
Oh
reading
my
it.
goodness, dude.
Is that? Am I mocking it?
Are you
Let-
smart or ignorant?
Let
me
him
read
let
the
him read it how
passage.
he wants. Let him read it how he wants. Yes.
Dirty
read-
Bowman, you read the scripture, but you read it in the wrong way, so now you're a Satanist.
Now I'm a Satanist atheist. Okay.
Okay. So read it the way that you want it. Just read it.
Okay. I'll try not to be mocking it. And he that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he eateth not of faith. For whatsoever is not of faith is sin.
Okay.
So the statement, whatsoever is not of faith is sin, stands on its own. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Just because it's half a
Where
sentence.
do you get
that?
that?
Is a statement.
Where do you get that from?
Because it says the word because. It says, he that doubteth is damned if he
Okay,
eat.
so there's reasoning there.
Because he eateth not of faith.
What's he pulling reasoning?
Because whatsoever is not of faith is sin. So it's
what's he pulling?
If I can try and help, just as a hypothetical, just say that none of this was from the Bible. Just go through it as if Dirty Bowman and just come up with these premises himself, and then do you agree? Try it that way, then the context thing disappears. That might help.
Well, no, then absolutely, I don't agree with it.
Okay, thank you. Good answer.
No, because the words themselves don't agree with themselves.
So you're saying premise
The
one
definitions.
is a false premise at first glance.
On its face, yes.
Okay, thank you. Good answer.
On its face, yes. But that's because you didn't include.
I didn't invent this either. I got it from Apostle Paul, just so you know.
You didn't get it from Apostle Paul.
I quoted Apostle Paul directly.
You took half
That's
of
a direct quote from Apostle Paul.
No, you took half of a quote. You took half.
No, I didn't.
You're trying to claim that you took the whole quote. You didn't.
I
take
did.
The whole quote.
I took the whole quote.
Okay, let me put it to you this way: E equals MC. Einstein said that.
Fucking dunk, nerd.
I don't think you guys understand how.
Okay, hold on. Equals MC.
Language even
Einstein
works,
said
dude.
that.
He dunked on you, nerd.
When you
got
say the
dunked on,
word-
nerd. Good
like,
job,
if
nerd. Get
okay.
flushed, turd.
Dude, if I
am I
say,
mocking you?
put
Am I
your
mocking
rain
you?
jacket on
Does it hurt your little
because it's going to
feelings?
rain
Aw.
today.
I love you, Dirty Bird.
Calm down,
When I
gentlemen.
say
Christian brother.
it's going to rain today, that's a statement of fact. If I say put your rain jacket on because it's going to rain today,
Yeah,
I don't have to quote the whole thing. I can just say it's going to rain today, and that would be
If
a
you tell me
statement
to
of
put my
fact.
raincoat
Yes or
on
no?
today,
Is it's going to rain today? A
I'm
statement
not
of
going to
fact.
care
Yes or
what you
no?
say, because you're going to say something like, so you say it's going to rain today. That's another statement, but that's it's a completely
Is it a
different
statement of fact? Can I quote that without having to quote? Oh, put your rain
But
jacket on.
then you posited it's because something. You are giving reason.
Yeah, that
Now,
Paul's
why
saying
did
it's
you give a reason?
because anything apart from faith is sin. So I don't have to quote, don't have doubt in your heart because anything apart from faith is sin.
So the primary statement is not anything to do with the second part, right? The primary
Yes,
part
it is. He draws.
No, the primary
The
part of
second
this
part
when
is
he
not
says,
of faith.
No,
It's a
the
part
primary
of
part,
faith.
the primary
from faith.
part of this entire scripture is he
Look at how
that
these guys
is damned.
scramble when you prove Paul's the
What do you mean scramble?
Antichrist.
No, I'm not
Look
scrambling.
at these
This,
guys.
this is what
They
you
can't
do
even
when I'm
handle
showing
it.
you. You're going to talk over me and tell me that I'm wrong. Okay, go ahead. Tell me I'm wrong. But what I'm telling you is that you pulled half of a quote out of the Bible.
Yeah, that's a dumb
And
argument.
you, yeah,
So,
okay, call me whatever you
is
want
the
to.
premise true or false?
Hymns, all that stuff. You know that I just killed you with one statement. E equals MC.
Oh, he didn't
Einstein said
quote
that.
the whole sentence. You want me to quote
Einstein
the whole
said it.
book? I have to quote the whole book
You
in
want me
order
to
to make
quote
a
Charles Darwin
premise.
too? I mean, come on, dude.
In order to say the sky's blue, I have to quote all of Shakespeare. Otherwise it's not a valid
If
premise.
you want to claim a premise, you have to
Yeah,
use
is the premise true or false?
entirety
You already said
of
it's false.
the
So
premise.
anybody else think it's true or false?
Well, if you only have 23 chromosomes, are you actually a human being?
That's not
23 and a
that's
half.
nothing to do with the question.
Sorry.
I mean, if you're missing chromosomes, are you
So
perfected?
we're
or
in
are you
agreement
corrupted?
because I think the premise is false also. Premise 1, I think it's false.
Well,
Yeah.
that's if you remove God out of the equation.
Your premise.
No, I think the way that Paul is using it, I think he's wrong. It is
Paul
a
didn't
false
use it.
premise.
You did.
What?
It's not
Yeah.
Paul's quote. It's your quote.
Yes, it is Paul's quote. This is a quote
No, it's
directly
not.
from
Rick, dude, you are on fire
23.
tonight, dude. I'm so impressed with you right now. Like,
No,
for
but
real, man.
it was me. It was me. I said as a hypothetical, pretend that it didn't come from the Bible. It
Oh,
was-
actually, yeah, I meant Wildheart.
And
You're
then
awesome, dude.
said, no, it's a
He
false
is.
premise.
He's on point. He was on point last night too. Let me tell you.
I agree with him. He's a false premise completely. And
No,
Paul lied. Paul
and like I
Paul
said,
said this. Paul's saying anything apart from faith is sin, and you guys are like, "Oh, there's a false premise when you say it," but when Paul says it, it's
well, it's
true.
just natural reality. So the law
So
can
what is
exist
Paul
outside
saying?
of faith. The law
What?
exists outside of faith. How do you not understand? Like so, like one
Exactly.
one.
You just said premise 2. The law is not of faith.
Okay, so I didn't say that the second premise was false or true. I never even got into that point,
Okay.
right? Now, I did discuss it earlier. We can go into that. But the first premise is dead on its face. I'm sorry.
It's good. It's wrong. It's false. I agree.
Yeah. So try
premise
quoting the Bible
2.
this time, and then you can get a conclusion. Correct.
Okay. So premise 2 is the law is not of faith. Is that true or false, Brick?
The law is not of faith. So there is a problem with it, but it is true in my view.
Okay.
Right?
So
It's a viewpoint premise.
one more question.
To
If
say of.
if premise 1 was true and premise 2 is true, would C be the conclusion valid?
If they were, well, of course, that's just
Okay,
logic.
thank you.
If my aunt had
Mm-hmm.
not been neutered,
Perfect.
Like
So we're in agreement. We agree on everything. Every single thing you said, I agree with. Premise 1 is false. Premise 2, well, that's also false. But C,
No,
the
we're not
conclusion
in
would fall
agreement with
if they were
everything.
both true. Paul says they're both true. Therefore, Paul
We're
is
not
the
in
Antichrist.
agreement with everything because
You're a little slippery eel, aren't you, Varmint?
You
You sure do
I
claim
like
got
to-
you there, didn't I?
to have
I got a
quoted
feeling that you were whispering in Eve's
He's a
ear in the
dirty
Garden
varmint.
of Eden. Woo, woo, woo! Don't you know my name?
He's clearly
Please
a Paul.
be Jew.
Yeah, he doesn't like Paul. I know this.
Sometimes I wonder, should you cast stones in
How
front of blind people?
Oh,
Wildheart?
I have a question for you though, for real though.
Put a
So
stumbling block. Should you put a stumbling block in front of a blind person who's
because I
walking down
know,
the path?
because
Only
I
if it's funny and you catch it on camera.
Yeah, only if he's walking off a cliff and I.
do you consider Jesus
So
as
dirty,
to
dirty
have
vermin.
fulfilled the law?
So what's your claim?
Go ahead, Seven. We'll get into mine later. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering where he was going with it. Do the fact that he believes that Paul is a false prophet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
There is
pretty much, yeah.
contradictions in his word.
I agree.
Like even the story where he met Jesus on the road to Damascus, if you read all three accounts, they don't match.
You
I
figure
know.
somebody who met Christ on the road to Damascus would actually remember it. Straightforward, right?
I know.
Hey,
And the
Dirty
story
Varmint.
changes 3 times. Yeah, you're right.
Dirty Varmint.
Absolutely.
I got a question for you. Are you a male feminist ally?
Uh, what kind of question
Wow,
is
that is so out of left field.
What the
What?
hell?
It's a direct question. Are you a male feminist
I don't
ally?
know what that is, dude. I have no
Do
idea
you
what.
champion female rights and simp for females and think that females should be bowed and scraped to?
I don't know what you mean by any of that.
Do you put roofies in girls' drinks when they go to the bathroom because they think they can trust you? Do you sniff their chair as soon as they get up? Is the closest you get to a woman's vagina your mom's dirty clothes hamper? So what I'm asking you is, are you an ally to female? Therefore, Paul offends you by saying, I tolerate not for a woman to have authority or lead or teach over a man. Is that why you're triggered by Paul? Is that I'm just getting to the bottom of the Scooby-Doo mystery.
Yeah, or no?
Do you like flatten yourself
You
out
asked
so
me
a
a
woman
question.
can walk over you? Do you like it when she rubs her high heels into your crotch really good? Go ahead
Generally,
and answer. I'm waiting for an answer.
Generally, do you want to take 5 minutes and sort yourself out? You seem a bit
Answer the question. Answer the question.
This dude is a fucking fag, dude.
Oh goodness.
So that'd be a yes. Okay, Roger.
I love this shit.
Do you prefer the 6-inch long stilettos, or you just like the more snubbed out 3-inch on your crotch? I'm just curious. Is it the balls or the dick and the balls that you like to get smushed into the carpet?
You tell us. Yes.
I'm just trying to find out what your syllogism is, because it sounds like women rule. Paul doesn't like women to talk because they start to lead over men.
Hey, there's another one.
Therefore, Paul is bad because women
Do you
rock.
hate women or something?
He's never mentioned women. He says he doesn't like Paul.
Dirty-
He thinks
dir-
Paul's
dirty
he didn't say it
varmint.
was because of women.
Dirty Varmint. Do women's breasts feel like sandbags? Right, guys? They feel like sandbags, right? I'm not a virgin.
Oh god. That wasn't Brick. This is a completely different movie.
So Sevens, what were you talking about earlier?
6-inch stilettos.
I don't know. You tell me.
You said
What was
that Apostle Paul's story about his conversion on the road to Damascus changes 3 times in the book of Acts. As Paul recalls the story, he changes each time. He says, my companions all fell to the ground. And then later he says, we all stood speechless. Well, Paul, did you guys all fall to the ground or did you stand speechless? And then in one passage he says, my friends saw the light, but they heard no voice. And then later on, when he's talking to King, whoever, Felix, he says they heard the voice, but saw no light. I wonder, well, did they hear the voice or did they not hear the voice? Did they see the light or did they not see the light?
Okay.
Paul just can't seem to get his story straight.
Hold on.
So what do you think of that, GS?
Yeah, okay. So the term stood speechless. Have you ever heard of the term standing water? Does it have fucking legs, genius? Does it stand on legs, genius? Or does it just stand still and fucking speechless because it's fucking static? Is it possible, you fucking absolute muppet?
Where he spends water, where he spends made of water.
I mean, do you not understand that different words have different fucking ideas behind them?
Yes, when they apply to water, you can have standing water, but water can't be on its knees and stand at the same time.
Has the water stood still?
Not while kneeling, no.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So it could just be a turn of phrase that you could also be stood in a stupid silence while hitting your knees.
Yeah, that is a contradiction. Yeah, you can't stand and be on your knees at the same time.
Well, I just expressed to you how standing water doesn't have legs to stand, but it stays really still, doesn't it? In whatever state it is, flat, prostrated.
That might work if his friends were made of water. Presumably they weren't.
And the flag still stands for freedom, and they won't take that
Rick, can you say
away.
E equals M again and then dunk it with a Einstein said that?
Oh, E
Genius.
does equal M. Einstein said that.
Duh. Stupid.
Technically, that is still an Einstein quote. It's an incomplete. Well, you could call it. But it's
Okay, so my question is my question is this: my question is this: is it possible that they stood still in rapt silence? I know I added "rapt" in there to give it a little bit of a eloquent descriptor. Is it possible that there was a that there was? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you while I was speaking.
Good. Then just shut up and don't say stupid words.
No, but I mean, is it possible? Is it possible that it was more a turn of a phrase than an exact one-to-one translation? Well, I mean, I don't know.
Anyways, go ahead.
I mean, sodomy is.
What was the phrase again? They stood and saw the light or something. What was the phrase?
What's that? Oh, the verse where they stood speechless.
Stood speechless. Yeah, I've never heard "stood speechless" as a phrase when someone wasn't standing. It's
so can you can you explain to me what Deuteronomy 31:15 means when it says, "And the pillar of cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle"?
Same as it means in English.
It stood. The
Yeah.
cloud. The
Oh,
pillar.
yeah.
Of the cloud?
The pillar. I mean, if there's a pillar and it's standing, that means the bottom of it's touching the ground and the top of it's up in the sky. So if it's a pillar like a tornado, it figuratively stands on the kind of on the ground, you know.
Got you.
Right.
How about Deuteronomy 5:5? I stood between the Lord and you at that
Yeah,
time.
I stood between the Lord and you. Okay, that's another figurative, you know.
Oh, yeah.
It could be physical. It could be.
So I'm not dealing with an insane person. It is possible that it was a turn of phrase. Genius.
Right.
Oh,
right.
There we go.
Stand. Have or maintain an upright position, supported by one's feet. How can you be supported by your feet while you are on your knees? That is
if
impossible.
you stood speechless, that means you did not fall to your knees. Obviously, duh.
Obviously.
So, but that's not even the big one. The big one is, oh, we heard the voice and didn't see the light. But then the other one says, oh, we saw the light, but didn't hear the voice.
Yeah, but
blinded by the light.
Deuteronomy. That's literally in the Old Testament. This is the part that you actually believe, right?
Right.
So how can you stand
Allegedly.
between the Lord and someone else when you can't even see the Lord?
What's that?
So can you or any person, human being, actually stand beside the Lord, like physically?
Well, Jesus said, pray that you will be able to stand before God on Judgment Day. So I hope so.
Right.
Wait. Are you mocking Jesus's words now? Because you had the same tone when you were mocking Paul. Oh,
no, I just have a mocking tone when I'm talking to
Jesus.
fucking retarded fags. Not you, Brick, but
You must have a lot of feedback in your ears hearing your own voice then.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love it. No, and you make a very good point on my behalf because you can't
Don't again, nerd.
You can't physically stand before the invisible God. You know he's invisible.
Well, sure, yeah, that's what Paul said. Yeah. Oh, he's invisible.
He is.
No, he's not. A lot of people in the Bible says, oh, I saw God. Hagar said, I saw God. Jacob said, I saw God. A bunch of people saw God.
This one time at band camp, I stuck a flute in a dirty varmint.
Yeah, this guy, this is what he does when you start talking about the Bible. He's like, gets all gay, you know.
Dirty varmint, are you a
Trinitarian?
Trinitarian?
Talking about how he hates women.
Are you a Trinitarian?
Am I what?
Trinitarian?
Trinitarian? No.
Okay, so you don't believe that Jesus is God?
No.
You believe that God created Jesus?
Yes.
And so is God physically visible? Like, can you see?
Yeah, I think yes. He has a physical form of some sort. I mean, we can't see him. He's obviously beyond our. You know,
that produces a little bit of context for me because now that I know that, see, I'm not of that view. I do believe that he isn't visible, that he exists outside of the physical realm, that he exists in the supernatural realm.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame you for believing that
Outside.
because Paul says that. I mean, it is in the Bible. It
No,
does
no,
say,
it's not just
or
in, it's not
maybe
just
it's
Paul's
John.
words.
It's probably John or something. I reject
No,
John.
it's throughout the Bible.
That he's invisible. You
And
can't see him.
I'm willing to bet that Wildheart would probably agree with me on that point, is that the whole of the Bible claims that God exists outside of the physical place. Now, I know Richard doesn't agree with that. And there's a lot of people that don't agree with that. But the God of the Bible that I know of, and like I said, I'm sure Wildheart would agree with this, that God exists outside of the physical realm. Even like, so we were talking about miracles, and his view of miracles has to exist like in this supernatural realm that has to be explained, apparently. I mean, I'm going to take a stab at that. But the idea that God exists in physical form, that's like, I know Richard will say that it's not, but I don't see it. I've never seen. In fact, it actually does say in the scriptures that God is the God of the Bible is the invisible God.
Well, right. I mean, I think that's from a verse that I reject, but
okay,
it's not a bad argument. God could be invisible, like he doesn't have a physical form or whatever. I mean, that could be true. I'm not sure.
Hey, Dirty Varmint, apologize for blaspheming Paul, and I'll put you back on my
No,
Christmas
I'll
card
never
list.
apologize.
I'll put you
for
back
that.
on my Christmas
I'll
card list.
never apologize for that.
Did you
Okay,
just say blaspheming Paul? How can
Yeah.
you
Blaspheming the
Paul,
name
his
of Paul.
God, the God
I
he
have a
worships, Paul.
I have a quick question. You guys mind
anointed.
continuing this?
Sorry, Midnight.
Go ahead, Sparkles. I'm lagging. Fat kid's lag in real life. I'm really slow. Sorry.
I have a question for you. Do you guys mind continuing this off air? Because I want to
Yeah, I want to yell at Varmint and make him. I want to make
No
him. I
thanks.
want to make him. I want to make him meth quit.
Okay,
I want
look at it. Look at it this way.
Meth
Off air, you can say whatever you want to Dirty Varmint, and it won't be on Richard's channel. Like already, you went overboard on Richard's channel. Okay,
How
with all
dare
the
you.
stuff you said.
Like what?
No more Hawthorne effect.
All right, Midnight, just take us offline.
Yes.
Yeah, good
Thank you
stream,
for
man.
watching, everyone. And we're ending in 3, 2, 1. Okay, whatever.
Cheers, Midnight. Thanks a lot.
Dirty Varmint ran.